random, huh?
Signal that the journey
Yeah, I
is
wasn't
over.
expecting it. It was, I really enjoyed
Reshaping
it.
the team to give 2XKO a more sustainable path forward. So that's the
Craft,
good news. The sad
we
news
play
is that a
Overcooked,
ton of
we
people
play
are losing their jobs that were deeply passionate
have
about
another
business and
random
involved
game.
like 10 years. But that's
What?
the worst thing. The key word is sustainability. Like, this shit has to make money. You cannot just produce games
What?
and then they come out as free titles and they don't.
It wasn't even clever.
You said, do I want to crap or do I want to what? No, you kind of pissed me off with that. No, what was your options? Do I want to craft and what? I don't even want to do nothing now. I'm up on that. Were we talking about being a pirate? Let me look into this.
Hello and welcome, my friends. We're gonna keep talking about
fuck
the
up.
2XKO
How about that?
debacle, I guess it's about
Canada had a school shooting
and
down.
from a couple of aspects. Both
Canada.
what is and is not going on from what we can infer, and also the community.
Told you he doesn't like fighting games. I don't even know why you told him download it. I don't even know why you told him to download it. Tell him to delete it.
2XKO, and thus the layoffs hurt most. So to set us back at ground zero here, what happened? Well, the other day, and we covered in the video, the Riot turns out laid off about half of the 2XKO team.
Are you ready to speak English now?
Shut the fuck up, homo.
You shut the fuck up, homosexual. Haha.
Is there an echo in here?
They're different.
No, they're not. Homo is short for how many dicks you got in your mouth. Shut the fuck up. Say something else.
What about Undisputed? Is that good? Is the boxing team?
It does make me sick.
No. I mean, I downloaded Injustice. Me and Rosie have been playing Injustice. Me and Jose have been playing Injustice.
Well, have fun.
But you won't play 2XKO with me?
No, because I'd rather play old games.
Well, get a handful of it.
You know, it's Alfredo, for your blasphemy and your crimes against the state, you will never be invited to be on my team ever again for having the audacity to invite Alize. Yes, you.
No.
Your judgment has shown that you are not wise, and you must be sent back to Braca.
No. Oh, man.
You disgust me.
What? You said alright, fine, you caught us. We were fucking...
You disgust me even more. You lay in bed with this heathen, this monster, this uncultured swine.
Sometimes. Sometimes.
To think you had a future.
I just know how to treat a woman.
Fucking.
Nah, I don't want this. Whatever, keep them. Alright.
In connection to... Shut your bitches up.
Are you in the store? No, why? Oh. You're,
I need to take a shit. Yeah. Open your mouth, Alize.
Oh. Well, since you asked for anything, I don't see why you not.
We don't need any new, brand new indie fighting games. Get that shit out of here.
Borderlands 4, they came out. That's a new one, is it?
And it's gay. Danny played it. Ask him.
No, I never people in my fantasy. Come on, let's play It Takes Two.
No.
It Takes Two? Yeah, me and him on fire phone, brother.
No, I have It Takes Two at home. It's called 2XKO. Stupid bitch. Get the fuck out of my lobby.
What about Gears of War?
How about you, just be quiet.
What about Elden Ring?
I don't want any more suggestions from anybody. How about that? Play something you have. This is motherfucker free?
I own it. Oh, it's $40.
He's still the... I hope he buys it on his own account. Don't share with him anymore, Alfredo. He wants to look at the price of games that you have already.
Baldur's Gate?
You don't know anything about that.
What?
And Alizé doesn't have the patience.
His mom.
Yeah. And guess what? I'm gonna say it. He has a skill issue.
You just started out with so that shit is crazy now. Yeah, damn it. Yeah, you just have a point. There is a skill issue. You suck. Yeah. You suck.
No.
Sasha.
Alfredo's better at fighting games than you are.
Go to bed. Yeah. Sasha. Go to bed.
Yeah. Call him a bitch, Sasha.
Ooh, when your dog calls you a bitch. Next time Black Ops 3 goes on sale?
No. Everybody has it.
I don't.
And why do you want it? We're on Black Ops 7. No one cares. Go play Marvel Rival Zombies. You know what? I wish you never got a PS5. I wish you stayed on PS3 so you could play Black Ops 3 happily zombies. How about that? That's what I wished for you. Well, he wants to play Black Ops 3.
Yeah, why are you being so mean?
Well, skill issue. I'm not being mean.
Damn, skill issue on me.
He was about to have Rosie tag in. You a little rat. Don't talk to me like that. No, not anything. Everything.
Gears of War?
Nope.
Never got into that series. It's a multiplayer story. We go through the story together, really. I've never played the multiplayer though. I've only played the co-op.
You wouldn't survive in the multiplayer.
Do we have any left, you mean? Yeah. Yeah. No.
Stupid bitch. Call her a stupid bitch.
What?
Good, that's what you get for thoughting.
On that? This is all you because I already had some. Yeah.
I'm going to take a shower first.
Okay.
Do you want to watch TV while we see it, or
We'll see after you get out of the shower. Okay. And you guys are so cute. Because I'm trying to play games with my friends.
No, she's trying to watch TV, so how about you just get off and do what your girlfriend wants like a good little boy.
With your girlfriend, bro.
Yeah, that's fine.
Shut the fuck up before I stick my dick in your ear.
You have a girl next to you, that's fine. She'll take it.
Before I stick my dick in your ear, too.
She has 2 ears, you don't need both of us.
You know what? I'm putting my dick in both of you guys' ears. How about that?
No.
I like how she
That's cheating.
and buys you food and just takes care of you and your overall health. I asked her to buy me food. You guys are so sweet to each other.
Yeah, she even wants. She's setting time aside to hang out and watch. She said she didn't say I'm gonna watch TV and eat. She said we're gonna watch TV and eat. Yep.
Shut up. You see, he admitted it. We sit next to each other. Shut up.
Well. You think you can just slide past this topic with sick beats?
Hell no. Put your pants back on, Damon. Wicko. Nikki, that's off for sure. I'm gonna use his bitch ass. Yeah, you better stop. I almost made him nut. You know how a dog just air humps? That's literally me right now. I hate you. You know that? That's what I mean. Smile. Is hate. Yes.
Nope. Oh, so like with Rosie? Ow.
No.
It's such a strong word. No.
Definitely sticking my dick in your ear.
Don't talk. You gotta take her out to eat first. You guys still have to eat and watch your show. You can't do that to her yet.
You guys are watching your show like because she wants to watch Fallout.
No, she doesn't want to watch Fallout. She wants you guys to watch Fallout.
God, shut up. God forbid you other fat piece of long time together.
Right? She didn't say I want to watch Fallout. She said we. She said we.
She said, come on, we gotta go eat.
Yep, and it wasn't even like a question, do you? She said, we're going to.
You fucking fatty.
Oh, that's so funny. She didn't even give you an option.
Because you're fat.
She didn't even give you an option. She was like, we're watching the
She
show.
probably ordered exactly what you wanted and didn't even ask you. I'm calling the cops on you guys.
Well?
For what? Tell them exactly what you're doing to me.
Well?
Whatever, bro. No, think you're here. Yeah, be scared now. Because I'm calling the cops.
Don't you have to like worry about getting a ring or something first?
I'm passing 9.
What's her ring size?
Probably like an 8, maybe a 7.
Yeah. Is she more of a classical girl or a modern ring?
Nah, she'll probably be more classical. There's probably one main stone, but not a bunch of little stones. Little stones, but not good.
Ooh, I would say that's kind of expensive.
Silver band or gold band?
Both. He had to leave because we almost ruined his plans he was planning.
Go lay down. No, I had to leave because your coochie fucking stinks. Lay down.
No.
Some people like the cluster, right? Look.
Some people can't even tell.
Stinky ass coochie. I like your coochie, Demont.
I wish I did.
I hate this thing.
Gets me into so much trouble.
You let in the homie shit.
Hey, you two.
No, man, you be letting the homie shit.
No, alright. You know what? You think you're so funny?
Who?
It's one of the darkest.
Don't invite me to be a best man at your wedding.
That's fine, bro. He needs
No.
That's weird.
I'll be Rosie's best lady. How about that?
You be my boyfriend.
No.
I like that.
Or no. I want to be the flower girl at your guys' wedding. How about that?
There we go. You will be my boyfriend. You will make sweet, sweet love to
No.
the midnight moon.
That will not happen.
We're gonna videotape me sticking my
No, Diddy.
in your ass. And you're gonna scream out, "Yes, King. Yes, King. Yes, King." Yes, King.
Maybe if you're good at fighting games.
Yeah, why didn't you play fighting game with the...
Because he's not good.
What do you mean?
It takes a lot of brain power, and he doesn't have the brain power to do it.
I'm better than you guys, though.
He can play like 1 or 2 rounds, but after that, his brain like short circuits.
Take me down. When you guys ever
See, he's already short circuiting.
I'm the best around. Nobody could ever take me down. I'm the best
No.
around. Sorry, I have such a big, fat, juicy, veiny, slobbery wiener.
So that's why you're putting a ring on it. I was wondering why she stayed around, because it wasn't for the looks.
No! Shut up! Stop talking!
G'day, everyone.
You know a game I bought and didn't even play?
Marriage Simulator.
Effect Andromeda.
Isn't that the bad one? I think that's the bad one.
Yes.
The third one, whatever the last one was.
So from what I have heard, I didn't even play it.
Be like that sometimes.
It doesn't even seem like the original ones, so...
It doesn't even seem like the original one, so... You could be learning combos right now to show Jose and actually be good, but no. He wants to be so good at Injustice, and he doesn't have a teacher to teach him, and you could teach him, but you don't want to teach him, because you'd rather play Mass Effect Andromeda 3. Yeah.
You did what? What is what? Mom, this game reminds me of you.
No.
I'm in love with your dead grandmother.
I am.
We always love our grandmas. Yo, we should definitely play that right fucking now.
No. I saw that on the store, I think. Why the fuck are you guys looking at games unless somebody got their taxes, huh?
No. No. I still haven't gotten my W-2.
Damn.
I should have gotten it by now, huh?
Yeah.
I did
Or at least by this month.
I started mine January 18th and I'm still waiting. Huh.
That's why I do it through TurboTax.
I gotta talk to my fucking... They either email them to you or they send them through mail, so just ask how they do it. Yeah.
Jing 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 ping. Bing chilling, bing chilling.
I'm playing Adventure Calculus.
You make me sick when you could literally be learning prom combos.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Oh, you're lying because it hasn't came out yet. Ah, did you know? I have it on my wish list. Do you really? No, I don't fuck where I have it on my wish list. You're fucking faggy, you fucking dumbass.
Rude.
So funny. I'm so fucking hilarious.
Nah.
I'm gonna be a cowboy.
This is why you will not be great.
Can't be a cowboy because he uninstalled it because he's a stupid fucking bitch. I had to.
No, you wanted to.
Uninstall a game that I'm playing with my homies and just keep all the games that I'm not even playing at the same time right now. Let me keep 3 different Star Wars games and only play one. Whatever, I hate you. That's not my fault.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I know it is.
You don't have standards. And because you don't have standards, you download everything. And you miss out the importance. It is because you don't have standards. If you had standards, and you weren't a little slut.
Fuck you, Greg.
Yeah, fuck him.
No, hold on, wait. What are we calling this slut? No, you guys are taking too
No, you don't have standards. Good. See ya. Yeah, go have dinner with your girlfriend. Is it gonna be by candlelight and rose petals?
Candlelight and rose petals.
No wonder you guys drink. No wonder you always got that wine champagne baller. No wonder you're taking shots. Basically having a pre-honeymoon or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Keep saying sus stuff.
Bro, that's basically girls.
That was wild. I'm gonna take a shower and then after I get out, we're gonna eat and watch our show. He was like, I don't know, motherfucker. You do know she controlled you.
I'm not even playing no more. Tanya beats you, bro. Be honest. Nah. She beats you with the pants. I won't admit it. I won't admit it.
Yeah, if he admits it, he's out of the will.
It's part of the will. Whose will?
Both.
My will is just doing everything to her. Oh, God. Actually, I have my will as my beneficiary.
I'm not happy about that. Get the fuck out of here. Stinky.
You're stinky, aren't you?
No.
Who are you talking to, bro?
I can't smell.
Sorry, I heard Alfredo's got white streaks on the back of his underwear. I don't want to. So the white streaks are on your pads, alright. Free balling.
Free.
That was low-key in my head.
Free balling. Yeah, I'm free. No.
Yep.
Stinks.
I want to hear a live reaction when you see this picture of the penis from Cindy.
No. He's staying.
Guys.
He's staying around. He's staying.
Whatever, bro.
He stayed too long. It just didn't load fast enough because he waited too long. If he really didn't want to see, he would have left. Everybody's talking about it. Ooh, yeah. Now, also, anytime you play 2XK, I'm gonna pick Braum and do that teabag combo until you freaking do it back.
Wow, you were so fucked for that.
And so fun. It was a spur. It wasn't planned. I just got tired. Look, I understand you guys don't play video fighting games like that. But when it's this easy, I'm just like, oh my god. There's just the demon took over. What can I say? I have no excuses. The demon took over. I kept freezing, and I was like, well, let me just do it.
Let me ask you a question.
No!
What? Scary entry number 23. I know Jeffrey Epstein and anybody that went to the island for monsters, but what do you mean allegedly that they were killing babies and eating the poop out of their intestine?
Yep, that's something I've heard. But the sources, I hate it.
Epstein was looking for a way to cure Kuru, which is a disease caused by eating the brains and intestines of a human.
I don't know. That's seeming a little...
Comments. I'm just reading comments.
Oh, let's see. That's where I can't... That's a little too crazy, but you can't say no. I don't know. I haven't seen that.
Britney Spears is dead. Trump is planning something. We're constantly watched.
Interesting take.
Makes Jeffrey Dahmer look like a saint.
No.
Hey, I'm in silver.
I ranked you up that much? No, hold on. I want to hit my blinker and stuff first. I'll be right back. I need to get some.
Bro, someone is streaming on TikTok. Whole inventory full of those ducks. Damn, almost fucking all in your face, Grim. Jesus Christ.
What the hell are you going on about? I've always had this fear that when my dogs like run between my legs or through my legs, that they're gonna mess up my timing or run right into my foot and I'm gonna step on them and fall. What the fuck was that name? Veritas. Where have I seen that before? My stomach hurts. Oh my goodness.
Live.
Stupid Braum.
Today we're going to be playing.
Where's my bowl? There it is. Oh no, I did not just lose that. No, what the fuck? How do I have the ability to do that? What the actual? Oh my god, of course I would lose it like that. Am I tripping? Oh, there it is. I almost lost my mind. I couldn't find my fucking pen. Alright, what do I want for the background noise? Epstein news? Is there any Epstein news today? Epstein... Congress reveals what he saw. Oh yeah, I did see something new actually today. So they had the Congress people and the government who were supposed to look at the unredacted files of the Epstein files when they went and saw them, not only how they said it is some of the names, they got some names, and the lady, they interviewed some lady walking out. She's like, "Did you see?" Or they were like, "Did you see? And what do you think?" And she's like, well, "There's a bunch of sick fucks out there." So she saw a whole bunch of names that there's people more than what's already there, and what they said was,
just from that she knows so much.
Yeah,
So many names.
and but on top of that, what they were supposed to see was unredacted, but what they saw was behind the black things. When they took that off, there was a white out on it. So what they're saying is that the FBI got to it first and redacted a bunch of stuff and then gave it over. So there's still a bunch of stuff. That's something that could be doing. There's a bunch of stuff missing that the FBI took over. Oh, and in the Epstein files, apparently the reason why there wasn't any footage is because an FBI agent specifically went and swapped the hard drives, knowing that it was gonna reset and make the cameras not work. And a guard working the day on the prison shift said the day before a black SUV and stuff came through the back exit, no license plate, no nothing. They didn't have to check in. And then when they came to get Epstein's body, they wrapped it up. They had a decoy that they wrapped up and sent out in a different car that all the press and everybody followed. That was a fake body. And then the real body they took, didn't see any nurses or anything at the prison. They just put them in the truck and left. And all that stuff is being verified right now, which is kind of crazy. I forget the guard's name.
Someone's gonna get... If the homeboy's alive, someone's getting searched, bro. So they're getting searched by the FBI. Dude, it's just wild that this is all that's happening.
And we still have to go to work and shit.
What's his face? Resigned for just getting a...
Yup. Country leaders and everything, they're all... Oh, this is new. Yeah, I'm so excited, but I'm also not, because if nothing happens, that means we have no hope. And all is lost. Alright, blinker time. Time to start being a bummer. Les Wexner. That's the Victoria's Secret guy.
Thousands of other times, and he says the Justice Department is hiding nothing. Is that the retired CEO?
Well, when you put a black bar over something, what do you call that?
Is that your referencing?
It is. He unredacted it after I found it. That's a problem, and I'm glad they've admitted they made a mistake by redacting that.
Nice blink up.
You're saying it was redacted when you went in there today, and after you tweeted that, they unredacted.
Correct.
All right, I'm ready whenever you
Now he's
are.
got 4 other names he needs to unredact. Did he respond to that? There's a list of 20 people. I could probably say them on the floor of the House, but I'll give the DOJ a chance to do what they did in these 2 examples, where I've discovered something and now they've responded.
So basically, he went out, Thomas Massey, who was one of the architects of this bill, went out and straight up said, hey guys, here's what I'm going to do. If you don't come out and release the names, I'm just going to say who it is.
Ooh.
I'm just straight up going to say who it is. Ro Khanna already did.
Dude, you should have just did it. Fuck that.
So did he just name them?
Oh yeah, I saw this. He just started naming the fucking people.
Nancy and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files.
So that was yesterday.
There, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake. And now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men.
Good option.
These men are...
Oh, shit! Oh!
Salvatore Navora, Zorav Mikolaj, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Suliam, CEO of Dubai Ports World.
Oh my God!
And billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI.
A co-conspirator?
Now my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men
It's a mystery. Nobody knows why.
And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files.
That's right.
But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massey and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
This is what I told you guys happened, and I bet this wasn't the first scrubbing. I just think this might have been the final draft. I think that probably the worst 20 to 30% of the files were destroyed.
Now my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. Yes. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massey, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what?
That wasn't what they were supposed to do.
Scrubbed files. That means the survivor statements of the FBI.
It's worse when I have poison.
Who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went to his home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they were all hidden. They were all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. Inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote-unquote, unredacted files.
Kash Patel just perjured himself in court. It doesn't matter unless there are consequences. There have to be consequences. If there are no consequences, the law doesn't exist. There have to be consequences.
Got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation.
I think that it was scrubbed 3 times, potentially 4 times. I think that it was scrubbed whenever Epstein was killed, because obviously he died whenever Trump was president. I think that it was scrubbed whenever Democrats got power again in 2021. And I think that it might have also been scrubbed at the end of Biden's presidency with him leading. And I think it was scrubbed a 4th time. And I'm making all this up, by the way. And it was scrubbed a 4th time whenever Trump then took office and they planned on releasing the files. I think logically that's what probably happened.
Ooh. I didn't know it was going to push me up. That's nice.
For fitness goals, compete in your favorite sport, find community, and relax and unwind, all in one place at the Village.
Nice.
The luxury fitness experience you deserve.
Nice.
And motivate yourself to achieve your dreams.
Yes, I'm making this up. Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things?
Kobe,
You have
LeBron,
in England,
Steph Curry,
the king
Steve Nash,
now calling for investigation and possible prosecution.
LeBron James.
You have in Norway, the princess who no longer has support to be the queen.
Good.
And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, he still is in the cabinet.
That's pretty bad.
Ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke
Just die. Bye-bye.
Pedophile, a convicted pedophile? Are we going to call them to account? Are we going to have prosecutions for billionaires who went to this island
Nope.
and
Nope.
either raped underage girls or saw underage girls
Told you.
being raped and didn't say anything? Are we going to have investigations? I'll tell you what this is about.
There needs to be, like, I mean, I don't know about treating people like they're guilty, but there needs to be investigations. They have to look into this. Even if it's...
Yeah, made him switch to Kaylin.
It's not just
Oh, jinx.
1,200 survivors. It's about 2 tiers of justice.
I've been kind of liking how Jinx plays, but I don't know. I don't like any other character but
It's
Timo.
about people who can accumulate wealth and power and don't have to care about the rest of America.
Right.
They have...
It's because I don't want to be an actual zoner. I don't want to
Income
freaking
inequality is at a
spam
60-year
the
high.
screen with fucking projectiles. But traps, I love
I thought it was
traps.
the highest it's ever been.
Ah!
My understanding is it's higher now than ever.
Kobe,
Worker salaries are
LeBron.
less than they have been
That's what I
for
thought.
75 years as a part of GDP. Somehow this country seems to be working for the rich and powerful, but it's not working for ordinary working class Americans. I say enough. It's time to begin with accountability for the Epstein class.
Yep.
Hold them in front of Congress. Those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile.
100%.
Investigate them.
100%.
Prosecute them. And let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country.
That's right. 100%, man. And I think the last part really matters a lot. One of the reasons why, I'm going to link y'all the video, right? This is a great video. I'm very happy to see
Kobe.
this. I am extremely fucking happy to see this, and I hope that more people bring it up. And on top of that, now you even have the British Crown that's roaching out. Even they are roaching out now. Buckingham Palace stands ready to support the police
Kobe.
and Prince Andrew, previous
LeBron.
Prince Andrew inquiries.
Relates to
Nice.
the release of those Epstein files, because in the
Hold
last
R2.
minute, King Charles has made
Ooh, she was ready for it, running up.
in the Epstein scandal. He said that he is ready to support the police as they consider allegations against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Here's a bit of a statement. The King has made clear in words and through unprecedented actions his profound concern at allegations which continue to come to light in respect of Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct.
I don't understand how anybody can play video games sitting down or laying down.
Are for Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address. If we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them, as you would expect. Now, this all comes after Thames Valley Police confirmed it's assessing whether there are grounds to investigate a complaint by the anti-monarchy group Republic. Mountbatten Windsor for suspect.
You gotta, I mean, like, really, I mean, this dude's crawling around on the island with a bunch of underage girls and there's accusations. Like, you really think that there's not a reason to do an investigation? I'm not saying he's guilty, but, like, damn. You know, that's pretty bad. What should the punishment be for the most egregious examples in the files? It depends. So, in my opinion, I think that I can't say.
You don't have to jump in with Braum. You can just hit circle when you get close.
Public office and breach of
Like from there, you can hit circle.
So that is
That's exactly what you think it is.
very surprising intervention by King Charles into the Epstein scandal.
So people say the king hardly ever comments or has any influence on current politics, so this is a pretty unique situation.
Unprecedented even. Let's now hear a little bit more about this from our royal correspondent, Helen Wilkinson, who has told me a little bit more about this extraordinary statement from the palace.
Yeah.
I think the statement is quite extraordinary. It's the first time really that we have heard that through this statement, through the palace spokesperson statement, that the King's profound concerns at allegations which continue to come to light in respect and directly naming in that statement the King's younger brother, Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct, where the statement points to the unprecedented actions, that will likely be referring to when the King, if we cast our minds back to late last year, the King stripped his younger brother of his titles, including Duke of York and also Prince, which he had since he was born. But that statement continuing, while the specific case in question of the Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address, if we are approached by Thames Valley Police, we stand ready to support them as you would expect. So a significant statement this evening from a palace spokesperson, and clearly this issue is not going away for the royal family, but it appears that the King has decided that he has to put something further out, and we heard earlier, didn't we, from the Prince.
I think the fact that they're saying something about this when he took away this dude's title, you know what I think? I bet they probably know more about it than the news does. I mean, you really think this guy doesn't know what his brother's doing? He probably knows what happened. Like, realistically, like, he probably knows.
The Princess of Wales, Prince William, who's currently in Saudi Arabia on a trip there, asked by the UK government before he arrived in Saudi Arabia. Prince William and the Princess of Wales a statement. First time we heard from them publicly saying that they were deeply concerned by the...
This is what boosting is called.
In their first public statement on the scandal, but this statement,
well, this is what it's called, boosting.
This evening, really going one step further, referring specifically to Mr. Mountbatten Windsor's conduct.
That motherfucker's name is AC Niggas Love Coupons.
For Mr. Mountbatten Windsor to address if they are approached by the police. Then they are.
I'm never using the coupon in my life.
It's extraordinary, Hannah, isn't it? It is. We know that the King has previously put out various statements, and in this statement here this evening, it touches on their sympathies of being and remain with the victims of any and all forms of abuse. We knew previously from sources that they felt that it was up to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as to whether he would answer any questions, and it was his conscience really. But
your ice ball also eats projectiles.
Right? Like, look at that. God damn. Fuck. Man, I remember whenever I was a kid, he used to have good hair. And then he just, like, totally crashed out, man.
You only jump when you go for an overhead reset.
Wow. Two things here, specifically.
Which you, probably for him is circle.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Statement, and also that
I hate my darts sometimes.
To support Thames Valley Police if they are approached. It is an extraordinary statement.
Man, that is not looking good for him. And thank God for that. I wouldn't want to see them hiding it or any other bullshit. So I'm very happy that apparently something is going on. Things are actually real. Epstein's emails sent by alleged victims. What is this here? Oh my fucking God. The worst Epstein document I've seen. Yeah, some of this is just fucking, oh, is this a new one? Let me see it.
There are a lot of viral mentions about the 11-year-old, 10-year-old people sending these photos to Jeffrey Epstein. There are a lot of viral mentions about the 11-year-old, 10-year-old people sending these photos to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Did you uncover who sent those photos?
I looked directly at the
Goofy boy
that have been widely circulated pertaining to the 11,
you thought you were just gonna run up special in my face, fucking weirdo.
Girl was naughty, etc., and those ones were directly sent by alleged victims.
Wow.
So the most disturbing and darkest and sickest emails were sent.
Oh, you got chinks.
Yeah, and some of them pertaining to, you know, Turkey, whatever.
Ooh, with the armor.
Whoa, talk about a morning eye-opener. Yeah, fluffy, savory sausage, egg and cheese McGriddles, and a mouth-watering sausage McMuffin with eggs. Both for just $5.
Yeah, so when your door is iced up, you get armor on your moves. Hold R2.
Detective Alex Cross, MPD's resident genius. Are you familiar with Lance Duran, Crestbrook Industries? Someone's trying to kill him. In my position, you're gonna make enemies along.
Kobe. LeBron. Steve Nash. Ooh.
Everybody makes mistakes.
own money.
Man. Man.
And so, quick off. What is jerky? Like, what is that exactly?
I think that's the question. I don't know if it's like.
I'm
going into specifically just based on what this is. I don't know.
Code word. It's happy code word. Nobody talks about jerky like this.
Yeah, it's a code word and it's weird, but either which way.
We eat jerky in the studio, okay? So, like, you know, Klein and I know, I've never spoken to my team or anything. There's no correspondence between jerky this obsessively. There's hundreds of emails about jerky.
He saw my video about it. Bro, like, I feel like so many people sent me this clip. Apparently the video of me talking about the jerky stuff with the Epstein files, so many people saw this. That's a lot. Your mom was right about everything? Yeah.
And some of those emails were sent by women. And women that specifically claim to be victims.
So you're saying that these victims are being groomed into becoming trash versions?
There's
of course. Duh. No shit.
I'm not saying all of them.
They're not actually victims. They're not.
Well, they're victims, and they're also they're. This is what happens, right? Is somebody begins as a victim, and they get molested, fucked with, and everything. It short circuits their brain. And you even have, I mean, there's like a psychology thing. This is not a one-to-one, but it's a similarity of Stockholm Syndrome. There's even a terminology for talking about this phenomenon. It's not like this is some kind of crazy thing nobody saw it.
Well, I think that there are some actual victims, but I also think that at a certain point, if you, depending on the severity of
they're both victims and also perpetrators.
Damn.
It's not. This isn't simple.
What you're doing.
No, he can swing through them.
Then you become a co-conspirator.
Yeah, exactly. Put a person in hell. Yeah.
I've never gotten hit with it. No, I know it's a lot longer than I thought. All his fucking specials are so long.
It's more simple than that. Then they get used up. They tell them, if you want to stop getting molested, bring me the next victim. Yeah, that seems like that probably makes sense for sure. And yeah, no, this is really where things are going, right? And I feel like really, I mean, it's just getting more extreme, more dramatic. More of this is coming out. Like, and then apparently they were using your child's school pictures and yearbooks like a shopping catalog. They could identify and locate children like ordering them from a menu.
Yeah, that's why you need to start with the low.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is crazy. I don't even have been shook. I mean, what the hell do you expect they doing? Like, this is 100% this is what they doing. Absolutely. And so, no, it's even probably going to get worse, too. And this is the guy. Billionaire Les Wexner, founder of Victoria's Secret, is now unredacted as a co-conspirator. He gave Epstein powers of attorney and Manhattan Mansion. Wait a minute. So this guy gave Jeffrey Epstein a Manhattan
No way! You got so lucky. He called to assist and he killed me before I could hit my last tap on her.
What are the odds of that? Do you think Wayfair was actually in on it? I don't think they were in on it, but they were probably used as a tool for it, yeah. So this is just more, and then also keep in mind, apparently, this is what's so fucking insane. I did not expect this to happen. Is that a lot of people are now finding out that Trump was one of the first people who fucking was a whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein. More evidence that Trump was the original Jeffrey Epstein whistleblower is coming out in the court documents. Trump was responsible for Epstein's first conviction, and Epstein knew and was livid. Oh my God. So you remember whenever this came out?
post. It's a terrible evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was the FBI informant to try to check this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women with suffer these unspeakable harm. It's detestable. You and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago.
The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know. Man. He was very helpful in the information that he gave.
Fuck you.
Gave no indication
oh, that goes through those two.
Anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of it.
I would probably just have to respect that.
I talked to President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then.
This was in 2009. So, apparently, and here's the article here, or this is the file. Knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. She is evil and to focus on her. As I said, generational, massive bitch. Like, nobody has said I have not heard a single good thing about Ghislaine Maxwell from anyone. At least, like, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, there's, like, people smiling with him, and, like, you know, it's like this, he's hanging out with people. Like, nobody liked this bitch. Nobody liked her. Oh, my God. Trump told Blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out they were investigating Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns. Blank was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that would make it happen if you didn't want to know how. None of the victims that PBD spoke with said they had sexual contact with men other than Epstein while in Epstein's orbit. Blank had one time went out screaming. Prince Andrew was a fixture in Palm Beach, and he had no protection while there. Blank had done interviews in the past, and this is all the rest of it, right? So Jeffrey Epstein thought that Trump ratted him out. Wolf alleged Epstein came to believe that it was Trump who had first caused him to be investigated by the law enforcement in 2005. Man. You were right, people don't care, they're already convinced Trump's bad, nothing can fix it. I already told you that, that's what was going to happen no matter what. So, Trump will resign by the end of the year? I don't know, guys, I'm not sure. I mean, it definitely makes him look pretty good to have this happen. For it to come out, look, this is proven true today. Yeah, President Trump was an FBI informant in order to take down Epstein. It looks like this is proven true today from the release of the Epstein documents.
Hawaiian Bros, we're all about bringing you fresh flavors and new ways. Like our
Timo.
We took our slow roasted pork, tossed it in a pineapple garlic sauce, added a spicy mango aioli, and topped it with perfectly pickled onions. All piled on a Toasted King's Hawaiian slider bun.
I know, I'm just watching that too.
The new pineapple luau sliders. Only at Hawaiian.
He spelled riot wrong. Literally gives me 10 to hit 99.
College should not be like this. You're made for more than classwork. You're made for real-world experience. NSU network sites, they'll do more than just learn about ministry, leadership, and calling. You'll live it. Because the people training you...
Oh, probably because it doesn't let you type riot. It's not Rito.
Guiding you from experience, not just a syllabus. This is more than college. This is preparation for real life, real ministry, real impact. Get more than a degree at a church near you.
I feel like the rank system is fine.
Oh my God. I don't think anybody was predicting this. I don't. Why was Trump calling it a hoax? This was some other reason. And we saw the torture video.
That's so. Is he in here? Hey yo, you may.
And
he probably rage quit.
Collecting info after
That took him out the game.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he typed that shit and left.
So he was the one that actually roached out on him first. Do you think Trump and Elon played the big game here? This is also one from 2016. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Trump would have said that this was the case. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Okay, let me mention some
I'm off today. You're not even talking. You're.
Like a one-word response. I can't think of Benghazi. I think of.
I'm leaving, guys. I hate it here. Okay, leave.
Nice guy.
I just want to go
A lot of
tomorrow.
problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems. Barack Obama. Incompetent president. Okay.
Man. This was years, what does it say? This is years before reporting about Epstein's notorious island made headlines.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So, and he's been there for many times. Well, I can't say friends, but I know them.
Friendly, you know them.
I play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play.
Are you saying that's a political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not.
Do I regret the fact that he has quite obviously conducted himself in a manner unbecoming? Yes.
Unbecoming? He was a sex offender.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm being polite, in the sense that he was a sex offender.
But you were staying at the house,
Yes.
a convicted sex offender.
This guy might be pretty good.
It was a convenient place to stay. Right. I've gone through this in my mind so many times. At the end of the day, with the benefit of all the hindsight that one can have, it was definitely the wrong thing to do.
Really?
I was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein, and you watched people yesterday saying that I threw him out of a club. I didn't want anything to do with him. That was many, many years ago. It shows you one thing, that I have good taste, okay? Now other people, they went all over with him. They went to his island, whatever his island was, wherever it is, I was never there. Find out the people that went to the island. I threw him out. In fact,
so he said it even then.
I think the great James Patterson, who's a member of Mar-a-Lago, made a statement yesterday that many years ago I threw him out. I'm not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, anybody else? Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him. I mean, people in Palm Beach knew him. He was a fixture in Palm Beach. I had a falling out with him a long time ago. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan. I was not, a long time ago, I'd say maybe 15 years. I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
Ghislaine Maxwell facing day 2 of her sex trafficking trial here in New York. The jury hearing testimony today from 2 witnesses, including one of Maxwell's accusers and former personal pilot.
I've seen some of these clips. I haven't seen this one.
Jeffrey Epstein.
The big moment in the court, Stephen Laurie, today was when the government called the first of 4 accusers against Maxwell. The professional actress, going by the pseudonym Jane in court, she said that she was 14 when Maxwell and Epstein abused her. Jane said that told the jury that Epstein and Maxwell first approached her in the summer of 1994. She was at a performing arts camp in Michigan between her 7th and 8th grade years. The prosecutor's questions and Jane's answers painted a picture of Maxwell and Epstein targeting a vulnerable middle schooler whose father's death 9 months earlier left her family broke and homeless, her mother distant and depressed, and her own dreams in doubt. Earlier in the day, Epstein's longtime private pilot gave the jury detailed descriptions of Maxwell's and Epstein's various homes, as well as Epstein's 3 planes he owned. But the pilot also said he never saw any female he thought was under the age of 20 on a plane without a parent, instead describing the 14-year-old Jane as a, quote, mature woman with piercing powder blue eyes.
Wow. So anyway, holy fucking shit. This is insane. I don't know what to think, right? I mean, I don't think anybody really predicted that, people were going to be talking about this in this way. Like, did Trump actually rat him out this early? File confirms Donald Trump blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein's disgusting activities in 2006 phone call with the police. So in 2006, this was before Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of anything. This is before anybody
run, bitch.
Horrible guy, or there was any sort of implication at all. Trump was one of the first persons.
How do I have fire?
People to call.
It took your fire away, but I still have fire.
Holy fucking shit! I
was like, what?
The Epstein files may have 4 years to do so.
It's like, you played horribly. Oh, wait, hold on. Don't start that. I want another blinker. No, fuck you. You're not doing too bad. But, where was it? When you're going to use... Okay, so if I have full health and I'm beating... No, stop.
I've never even seen this.
I said, hold on, I have to do something. But if I'm full health and I'm absolutely dog walking them, I probably don't need Fury at all. So you can save it unless it's the second round and we can just waste it. But it's the first round, don't waste it when I have full health and I'm just dog walking them.
Because a lot of people aren't going to know this. And I do think that...
Yeah, I did. Yeah, low health multiple times. And that last situation, too, I had him in the middle of a combo, and he just hit Fury, and that made me drop my combo because they bounced off the wall. I was like, what the fuck?
But, there's just something about it that just...
Yeah, but so you got to get better with your Fury usage and starting your combo with a low triangle.
I know, because I just get it blocked 90% of the time.
But yeah, I'll be right back.
Right? Yes. Rematch at the bowling lane? Thought you'd never ask. Can I get a pizza and a Shirley?
You bet.
Can we do it all?
We can do everything.
Breathe, stretch, and strengthen at the Village. No matter what your fitness goals are, we have endless options to help you meet them. Join a class, partner with a trainer, or design your own workout. Your goals are waiting to be crushed.
Alright, I had Chick-fil-A earlier, bro. I like going to Chick-fil-A.
Vote my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
That shit is not enough.
Ms. Maxwell, did you, at any time, play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Yep, that's pretty much what happened yesterday when Ghislaine Maxwell chose to stay very tight-lipped in front of the congressional...
The hell you calling me?
Jeffrey Epstein. The question is why? For the conviction of sex trafficking, you already said so much to the Department of Justice last summer. She hiding something? Or she doing something?
I don't think I've probably had Chick-fil-A like once. So I'm not a Chick-fil-A person.
Wipe the wave over what they're finding? Oh, and this on top of the new revelation that the president may have spoken to the police about Epstein. So much to get to. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
I'm so hungry.
By the way, talking about the Epstein case and how it rapidly develops every second, staying on top of the news today is so important. But the problem is, there's so much media bias. Who knows what to believe? That's why I want to introduce you to our sponsor, Straight Hour News. Why? Straight Hour News is a personalized news platform.
We are not tiny little Caucasians.
You know what their media
oh yeah, I don't want to play with you either. Get the fuck out of here,
mainstream outlets providing useful commentary. They cut through all of that sensational spin, and their site and their app, it points out all this bias with a media landscape tool to group sources by political leaning for full transparency. So look, if you're ready for a better way to get the news,
I am a monster.
SAN.com/sidebar, or just click the link in my description. This is Straight Hour News. Skip the drama, get the facts. Welcome back to trustworthy journalism.
As expected, Ghislaine Maxwell took the fifth and refused to answer any questions. This is obviously very disappointing. We had many questions to ask about the crimes she and Epstein committed, as well as questions about potential co-conspirators.
We sincerely want to get to the truth of the American people and justice for the survivors. That's what this investigation is about.
Yeah, as covered in that C-SPAN clip, you have Representative James Cooper explaining how Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, the woman who was convicted of sex trafficking minors to deceased financier Jeffrey Epstein, and she was sentenced to 20 years in prison, she chose to plead the fifth when asked and questioned during a sworn deposition in front of the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee that was investigating Jeffrey Epstein, meaning invoking her right against self-incrimination. Now, she was being deposed over video while she's currently housed at a prison camp in Texas. This was through a subpoena to provide testimony. And look, while it is her right to do this, why? Why did she not provide information about what she knows? Well, let's hear directly from her.
Ms. Maxwell, were you a close friend and confidant of Jeffrey Epstein?
I would like to answer your question, but on the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer this question and any related questions. My habeas petition is pending in the Southern District of New York. I therefore invoke my right to silence under the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question that puts you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, did you at any time play any role in Jeffrey Epstein's activities involving the recruitment, grooming, or trafficking of young women or girls?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question that puts you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, have you ever coerced, directed, or otherwise instructed any young woman or girl to provide special favors to Mr. Epstein or any other individual?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Maxwell has invoked the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Ms. Maxwell, please be very clear. Are you declining to answer the question that puts you solely on the ground that you believe the answer will incriminate you?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Ms. Maxwell, can you please provide us with all the names of other additional co-conspirators to the crimes perpetuated by you and Jeffrey Epstein?
SRP is a not-for-profit utility. But what does that mean for you? It means having lower energy costs, money-saving programs, and the most reliable power in the Southwest. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Detective Alex Cross. Are you familiar with Lance Duran? This killer who just make mistakes.
I have the record up to you.
I want justice.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
And it pretty much went like that. Now, on one hand, as she said, her attorneys may have told her, look, don't say anything right now because any admission or denial could affect your pending habeas corpus petition being heard. That's a very special kind of legal filing. It's requesting a new trial or having your conviction or sentence thrown out. Slightly different than an appeal. As I mentioned on a previous sidebar, she basically argued that she discovered new evidence, including what her attorney said were the existence of secret settlements with 25 men that she claims were hidden from her and her team, and if she knew about it, maybe she would have called these people.
I forgot I had a Pepsi here. Yo, yo, yo. Mild cherry Pepsi.
In front of this committee be delayed until the habeas petition is resolved. Actually, listen to what her attorney, David Marcus, said yesterday in a prepared opening statement that was obtained by Politico. Here's a portion. If this committee and the American public truly want to hear the
hey man, I know he ain't forget the bed.
Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. And clemency could be, a commutation of a sentence, it could be a pardon, a reprieve of some kind. You're basically relaxing the punishment or the conviction in some way. So she looks like she wants to get out of prison. Quote, only she can provide the complete account. Some may not.
Jumping Jehoshaphat's Batman.
For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation. By the way, he had previously written a letter to the committee on January 21st. Quote, she welcomes the opportunity to share the truth and to dispel the many misconceptions and misstatements that have plagued this case from the beginning. We had House Oversight Chair Representative Comer indicating outside in the hallway that after listening to the survivors, he doesn't believe she should be granted immunity or clemency because she is a very bad person. But Comer also said, this isn't done yet. They have more people scheduled to testify, including the Clintons. Take a look at this clip from C-SPAN.
We can confirm we have 5 more depositions in the book scheduled for the Epstein investigation. On February 18th, Lex Wexner, who is a financial client of Epstein and I believe the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. February 26th, we have former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. February 27th, former President Bill Clinton. March 11th, Richard Kahn, Epstein's accountant, and March 19th, Darren Indyke, Epstein's lawyer. So we will continue to move forward and try to get answers for the American people.
Now remember, even if Maxwell were to be granted protection, can she be believed? Is she going to say whatever she needs to say? Remember, she was awfully chatty back in July of last year when she spoke with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in a 2-day interview. So this is what we could imagine she would testify to if she was granted some sort of clemency from the president. Let's play part of that exchange from last summer.
Do you have recollection of you ever recruiting masseuses from Mar-a-Lago spa to go give private massage to Mr. Epstein?
I've never recruited a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago for that, as far as I can't ever recollect doing that.
Do you remember specific names of individuals who did send letters or who did contribute?
It's been so long, I won't tell you that I don't remember.
Did you ever observe President Trump receive a massage?
Never.
Do you know whether, for example, President Clinton ever received a massage?
I don't believe he did.
Always an issue for credibility, especially considering she was brought up on a perjury charge back in the day for allegedly lying during a 2016 deposition. Okay, you couple all of that with what happened yesterday. So the day of her testimony was the same day that members of Congress could go to the DOJ, the Department of Justice, and look at the unredacted Epstein files. This has been a bipartisan effort, okay? You have Representatives Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, 2 different sides of the aisle. They claimed that after reviewing the files, it was clear that men are being protected here. Massey said, quote, what I saw that bothered me were the names of at least 6 men that have been redacted that are likely incriminated by their inclusion in these files. It took some digging to find them. I would like to give the DOJ a chance to say they made a mistake and over-redacted and let them unredact those men's names. That would probably be the best way to do it. And according to CNN, the DOJ, seemingly under this bipartisan pressure, did unredact some names. But I will tell you, you even saw this back and forth between Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Massey, all on X yesterday. So Massey, for example, posted, this is well-known retired CEO. DOJ should unredact this. Why did they redact it? And then you had Deputy AG Todd Blanche respond, the document you cite has numerous victim names. We've just unredacted Les Wexner's name from this document, but his name already appears in the files thousands of times. DOJ is hiding nothing. How about this one? At Representative Ro Khanna and I just spent 2 hours at DOJ viewing the mostly unredacted Epstein.
Why don't I just take the grab?
Names on this
I'm
document
dumb.
men born before 1970. DOJ needs
I knew it was coming, so why didn't I take it?
randoms in a lineup. And then you had Todd Blanche responding, the document you cite has numerous victim names. We've just unredacted all non-victim names from this document. Committed to transparency. Now to add context here, okay, so the DOJ was permitted to do the following under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, right, the law that compelled the DOJ to turn over all the Epstein files in their possession. So it says, the Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that, quote, contain personally identifiable information of victims, depict or contain child sexual abuse materials,
would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary, depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of any person, or contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. But
You save on every new vehicle, but right now you can get America's best full-size truck powertrain limited warranty on every new 2026 Ram truck during Ram Truck Month. Going on now at Chevy Dodge in Scottsdale.
Shut up, Adrian. You tell him, Alfredo. I don't know who he thinks he is, huh? Adrian, you need to learn some manners. Don't talk to people like that. Yeah, tell him. Yeah, the whole group's ganging up on you, Adrian. Get the hell out of here. We don't like your kind. Yeah, we don't like your kind. Tell him, boss.
Mr. Wexner, his name was redacted from a government document. And I couldn't understand the logic of that. He was not a victim.
Pee-pee-poo-poo check.
And his name has appeared other places. Now, the Department of Justice has not sent forth its so-called privilege log, so it's not explained yet why there might be certain redactions that have been made.
I thought I was going to like the guitar because I like the bass, but I actually hate the guitar.
An email that was sent by Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell, which was the forward of an email he received from some of his lawyers, giving an account of a conversation between Epstein lawyers and Trump lawyers and others about what had taken place during that 2009 period. It was during the period of the 2009 investigation. And Epstein's lawyers synopsized and quoted Trump as saying that Jeffrey Epstein was not a member of his club at Mar-a-Lago, but he was a guest at Mar-a-Lago, and he had never been asked to leave. And that was redacted for some indeterminate, inscrutable reason. I know it seems to be at odds with some things that President Trump has been saying recently about how he had kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club or asked him to leave.
You heard the name before, but Les Wexner is the retail guru behind Victoria's Secret, a known Epstein associate. Epstein apparently managed his finances at one point, but he's denied any involvement in the past. And by the way, I'll also say there was an internal FBI document that suggested, quote, there is little evidence regarding his involvement. I actually did a sidebar yesterday on how the Epstein files reveal all of these internal FBI memos and communications that suggest there's not actually any concrete evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to other men. So the question is, what is going on here? There seems to be a disparity. Again, is Maxwell hiding something? In a hearing before Congress last year, you had FBI Director Kash Patel emphasize this, saying there was no evidence of this trafficking. Quote, if there were, I would bring the case yesterday. They trafficked to other individuals, and the information we have, again, is limited. Now, I got to talk about President Trump a bit all, because this came out, too, yesterday in a very big way. So according to an FBI report, Trump seemingly called a Florida police chief back in the early 2000s to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. The document says, quote, Donald Trump told Redacted that he threw Epstein out of his club. Trump called the PBPD to tell him, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. Trump told him people in New York knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. Quote, she is evil and to focus on her. Trump told Redacted that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump, quote, got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. Now, the name of this person that was interviewed is redacted, but based on information provided in the report, CNBC identified the interviewee, and other outlets have read it as well, as former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Weir, and he had retired by the time the FBI sat down with him in 2019. This is after Epstein had died in his prison cell or his jail cell. And it's interesting because this account arguably corroborates what Epstein apparently wrote author Michael Wolff in an email which came out in a prior release. Quote, redacted worked at Mar-a-Lago. She was the one that accused Prince Andrew. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. By the way, at the same time, Trump was denied knowing about what Epstein was up to, and there was at one point he even said he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for stealing employees. So the bottom line is, what do we make of all this? Is this what Maxwell was allegedly afraid to talk about? Okay, let's discuss. Let me bring in Dave Ackerberg, former Palm Beach County State Attorney, to talk more about this. Dave, always good to see you. Okay, start with Maxwell. Did she invoke the Fifth to protect her from jeopardizing her habeas corpus petition? Or is she hiding information?
Well, I think both. Two things can be true at the same time, Jesse. First, she does have an appeal out there, a habeas appeal. Her direct appeal was rejected by the U.S. Supreme Court. I don't think she has much of a shot on her habeas appeal, but she does have the right to invoke the Fifth. But also at the same time, she wants to protect herself and others from what she knows. She has still to this day never revealed what she knows. She has always denied that she and Jeffrey Epstein ever did anything inappropriate. That's why, by the way, she was charged with perjury in the first Trump administration for lying under oath that she never saw Jeffrey Epstein engage in anything inappropriate. So she is a professional liar. We should not believe anything she ever says. And here she is, not just trying to protect herself, but also trying to ensure that her best chance of getting released from prison, which would be a pardon or a commutation by President Trump, is still out there. She did not want to answer any questions about Donald Trump, and she did not want to respond to any question with the Fifth. So, for example, she took the Fifth at the beginning, saying, I'm taking the Fifth, I'm not answering any questions. She did not want the embarrassment of being asked, did you ever see Donald Trump engage in anything criminal with Jeffrey Epstein, and her respond with, I take the Fifth. That's a bad look.
Why should we expect that she would say anything different than what she said to Todd Blank? She said, I was known with massages, I didn't see the president get a massage, I don't think Clinton did anything. If she's granted some sort of finding, she's granted immunity in testimony, she got all the protection in the world. Do you anticipate she would say anything different?
Compete in your favorite sports. Find community and relax and unwind, all in one place at the Village. Indulge in the luxury fitness experience you deserve and motivate yourself to achieve your goals.
Video game, bro. You just an angry. She wants to go so bad. She got a PlayStation game up there.
Something that you cannot unsee. These two votes.
That's a video game, bro.
Video lead.
It's the same as getting like blocked by TV.
Blade, bionic arm. These unknown people.
Ooh.
You can see extension.
Outside, both sides come out. In her habeas petition, she said that there are 25 individuals.
It's the same as getting like blocked by
I don't know if she knows the identity of them. She just knows that, right? She said there was 25 people who cut settlements, and she was called as witnesses. I didn't know that. I don't know if she knows the official identity.
Tag blade, bionic arm.
Witnesses if she didn't know the identity, right? It's hard to believe that Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the devil's accomplice, wouldn't know the identity of the alleged people that these girls were trafficked to. So, and remember, she was convicted of sex trafficking. Who was the recipient of the sex trafficking? Was it just Jeffrey Epstein? So she knows names. Now, whether she'll reveal them or not, she's never done it before, but she wants to save herself. So she said that her lawyer said that she would tell all if she could get clemency from Trump. She will exonerate Trump. She will exonerate Bill Clinton. She will say everything for the first time what she knows. So she's just in it for herself. She knows information, and she's trying to dangle that as the carrot to get herself released.
Do you think that'll be out? Do you think that's a realistic possibility? Because when I played before, you know, Comer says she's basically really bad.
My career is over.
She can call she's really bipartisan appeal where both sides are saying she should not be granted any protection whatsoever. She's a monster. She's a convicted sex trafficker.
No.
Without getting too political, do you think that there is a...
But you can give her an easier time if she cooperates.
Some sort of clemency, and she then speaks freely and testifies, and whether it's in a public forum or in a deposition that may or may not be released, do you think that that is a possibility here?
I think it's a real possibility if she's granted a pardon or a commutation of her sentence on Trump's way out of office. Remember, she did a 9-hour interview with Todd Blanche, and after that interview, she was transferred to a minimum security prison where she was not entitled to go. She, as a sex offender, the convicted sex trafficker, is not allowed to be at this facility. And not only is she at this facility, but she gets puppies, she gets extra toilet paper, she gets treated really well there by the board members.
Yes, I was using it.
Gotten a benefit. Now,
I brought that.
This in some way, because let's just talk about what happened yesterday. We did a whole sidebar and how basically we just said the files reveal the FBI, through case summaries and communications, basically said there's no evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to other powerful men. There's no videos, there's no photos. And then you see this flurry of activity from Capitol Hill yesterday, where you had members of Congress who could go in, look at the unredacted files. Can two things be true at once? Can they say, hey, we looked at the unredacted files, we believe there are men who were involved in this. We do believe that there were men that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls to, but at the same time, the FBI could be correct in their conclusion to state, the prosecutors would be correct in their conclusion to state, we don't think there was enough evidence to support charges, we don't think there was enough evidence to support a crime. I mean, can two things be true at once? The members saying one, members of Congress's narrative from what they viewed, and what the feds say?
Yes, if you parse the Fed's words, because they did seem to indicate with Kash Patel's testimony that there was no evidence against other co-conspirators. Not that we have evidence, but not enough to bring charges. Now, that would be a little different, but I do think two things can be true at the same time, where you have the names in the files, but you don't have enough evidence to bring criminal charges. It is hard to bring criminal charges in an old case like this. Memories fade, victims like Virginia Giuffre die, the evidence spoils, you need corroboration, you're dealing with very powerful individuals who have a lot of money, and so you gotta have the goods if you're gonna bring the case. But if there's the goods, then they should bring the case. And the only way for us to know if there's the goods is by releasing the Epstein files. And right now there are 3 million pages that continue to be withheld. So I see what the members of Congress are saying, and that's why, as long as there is a lack of transparency, this controversy, this scandal will never go away.
Do you think the DOJ over-redacted for maybe good reasons, out of an abundance of caution, or is there a cover-up?
I think the priority for this administration is to protect the president. And I think that they are really looking closely at every document to make sure there's not even any smoke out there. And again, we don't know of any evidence that he committed any crimes, but Trump doesn't want his name to be put out there in the same sentence as Jeffrey Epstein. Even though we have seen it in the files, I think that the number one goal for the investigators here is to make sure that Trump's name is redacted whenever possible. And so I don't think we're going to see this before Trump leaves office. I think the files will continue to be withheld and redacted. And the way they've gone about it is that they have leaned into the exceptions. For example, there's an exception in the Epstein Files Transparency Act that says that you don't have to release the documents if it relates to an ongoing criminal investigation. So the Trump administration started a new criminal investigation, and they're leaning into that and saying, hey, we can't release the files. I don't know if that's in good faith or not. It'll be up to a judge ultimately. Also, in the Epstein Files Transparency Act, It says nothing about withholding documents based on work product privilege or deliberative process privilege. And the administration is leaning into that, saying, hey, you said nothing about these two exemptions, so we're going to assume we can take those privileges. And a lot of these documents relate to work product and deliberative process, internal communications, and they have redacted or withheld all of them. So they're leaning into exemptions that may or may not exist under the Act.
And to be clear, this privilege log that they're supposed to supply to Congress, these are the reasons for the redactions. How much transparency will that provide in terms of why they made redactions? What would that tell us?
Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Detective Alex Cross, MPD's resident genius. Are you familiar with Lance Duran, Crestbrook Industries? Someone's trying to kill him. In my position, you're going to make enemies along the way.
What you got here? This killer doesn't make mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes. You just need to find the right button and press it.
Well, let's go press some buttons.
They'll tell us the subject matter, what's the area and of the documents, like what does it pertain to, and why did you withhold it. Right now, the administration has not turned over that privilege law. They're required to under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They have not done so already. That will be very revealing, but you got to get the document first.
Well, I also have to push back a little bit from this idea that is it all to, I know the narrative, it's all to protect the president, but you heard Jamie Raskin say, why is Les Wexner's name redacted when he's already a known Jeffrey Epstein associate? Not saying he engaged in any criminal wrongdoing, not saying he had knowledge of it, he's denied it, but if we're talking in this bigger conversation, is Maxwell hiding a secret about big players, about big people? Why are you seeing, you heard Massey say there's these names of, 6 individuals that should be or that were redacted. It seems bigger than just the president. It seems that there might be other people, and it does become a question. Again, were their names redacted because there was sensitive information, whether it was regarding an ongoing investigation, personally identifiable information, something of that nature? Or is there this need to protect them for nefarious reasons, or a need to protect them because they don't want to unnecessarily be, logged into this if they have nothing to do with it? Again, it's so confusing because we're getting this mixed messaging, and it's also very difficult to go on social media and make sense of what people are saying and what conclusions people are drawing about it. You tell me.
You're not supposed to protect these alleged conspirators at all. In fact, under the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Well, if they're co-conspirators, if they're, let's say they're just, I don't know, they're just mentioned in some way. I mean,
there's no exception. There's no exception for embarrassment. In fact, the Epstein Files Transparency Act said the opposite. It said that embarrassment is not an excuse. You have to release the names. The only names you cannot release are the names of the victims. So unless these names are victims as well as co-conspirators, they should be released. And that's what the public is clamoring for. That's what the members of Congress are saying. Why are we redacting these 6 names? Unless it's someone who was a victim and a participant, then their name should be redacted. But that's not what the members of Congress are saying. They're saying these are all powerful men. Many of them are international players. Some of them are local in the United States, and we should be releasing them according to the Act. The law says you cannot keep those names secret. And the members of Congress may have to go to the floor of Congress to speak the names, because if they do so, they have a privilege under the law, the speech and debate clause of the Constitution, that gives them the ability to read names without getting sued. The victims don't want to read names because they could get sued for it. So you may say, it may not be right to release names of people who have not been charged with a crime. You're going to be dragging them through the mud and releasing their names. But the law says that if they're in the files, you have to release their names, even if it's embarrassing to them, unless they are victims.
Circle back to the president. It also came out, again, as we talk about Maxwell, whether she has any secrets. The president had this conversation back in the day with a Florida police chief, apparently. This is according to a FBI report where he was kind of glad that Epstein was being investigated, said that knew Epstein was disgusting. Thank goodness he's been stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. And it's interesting to hear that because, again, there's been mixed messaging about whether Trump threw him out of the club and when he threw him out and what he knew. How do we factor that into this new development?
This shows the need for more transparency. I mean, there could be exculpatory evidence in there that does exonerate Trump. If there's evidence in the files that Trump called the police chief of Palm Beach and said, you got to get this guy, he's the worst, he's been committing these crimes, that's something that should be produced. And that's why, for those of us who are legal observers, I just want the stuff to get out there. Now that the law passed, this stuff should be released. Now remember, this is not grand jury material. There didn't need to be a law to be passed for these files to be released. Trump, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, they campaigned on releasing the files. They were out there for years saying, release the files, this will prove a Democratic conspiracy, and now they're in power. They say, oh, nothing to see here. And that's why even members of Trump's own base are concerned that the stuff they've been promised is now being withheld. And stuff like the one you just said, where the reports are that there's a police chief that said Trump tried to blow the whistle on Epstein. If that's the case, that should be out there, and that should be discussed and debated in the court of public opinion.
If Maxwell's habeas petition is denied, okay, if she loses that, what can we expect from her?
Continued silence and an attempt to get a pardon or commutation by Trump. That is her only way she'll be let out of prison before her 2-decade prison sentence expires. And so she's going to go all in on that. And Trump may well give her a pardon or commutation because he appreciated what she said to Todd Blanche in that 9-hour interview where she knew.
Hawaiian Bros, we're all about bringing you fresh flavors in new ways. Like our new Pineapple sliders, bursting with island-inspired goodness. We took our slow-roasted pork, tossed it in a pineapple garlic sauce, added a spicy mango aioli, and topped it with perfectly pickled onions. All piled on the Toasted King's Hawaiian slider bun. Get 2 for just $6.99. The new Pineapple Luau sliders, only at Hawaiian Bros.
Took the fifth once, not once. And yet when she testified before Congress...
Why not in that interview? I mean, she was still trying to appeal, still trying to fight her conviction.
She didn't take the fifth once because that interview was not about getting information from her about co-conspirators or what really happened. It was to exonerate President Trump. And she knew that, and she played ball, and she gave up everything that they wanted, which was, I've never seen Trump act inappropriately, I don't know anything, and she spoke for 9 hours without saying much at all. That transcript is pretty hollow, and maybe she's telling the truth about Trump. I don't know, but I do know that she never invoked the fifth once, whereas in front of Congress, she invoked the fifth on every question. So it tells you that she only wants people to know what she wants them to know for her own purposes because she wants something in return for it.
So it sounds to me like whatever she ends up saying, that is not how we're going to get to the truth of the matter. It seems to me, got to go back to the files, got to see what this unredacted information is. Let's see what Congress will look into. Although I will tell you, the way that they can view these files and the kind of limitations, and there's only a limited amount of computers, I don't know how they're going to be able to review all this and be able to relay this information. So it's kind of a difficult situation. But Dave Aronberg, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. You got your Substack you can check out too. Where is it? What is it?
Thank you, Jesse. At Dave Aronberg, DaveAronberg. Check me out on Substack. I do a lot of videos like this, and appreciate being on your awesome show, Jesse.
Thank you. How did I not know that was the name of this? Like oh my gosh, at Dave Aronberg. How could I not remember that? Dave, good to see you. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get the podcast. We're also up on NBC's Peacock as well. If you want to follow me, X, Instagram, my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, Monday through Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern. See you next time, everybody.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you with my pearl-handled pistol cufflinks, so graciously gifted to me by our former content genius that you knew and I knew was Michael Rivers. God rest his soul. Today we're talking about a killer dentist, a dentist who wasn't happy with his wife. Decided that she needed to not be on the face of the earth anymore. Stupid. And this is a cold reaction. It's with Ewu. Explore with us, so give them a little love. And we'll get into this in a second. But this dentist should have gone to AskALawyer.com, honestly. It was said, you know what? It's less costly to divorce your wife than it is to unalive your wife. Unalive, should I say unalive, or should I just say killed your wife? I don't want to be too politically correct, but I don't know what's going to get me bleeped out or whatever. Anyway, go to AskALawyer.com if you have an issue with some kind of legal problem. You go to AskALawyer.com, and for $49 you can get legal advice from a living, breathing human being. Otherwise, if you're doing your own legal research, they've got AI trained in all 50 states, so you can do your own legal research. Go to AskALawyer.com. Same people that brought you eForm and eSign. They're good folks. I use both of those, by the way, on occasion. So, AskALawyer.com. A loyal sponsor to our program that we call Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Alright, you know, you see these drastic situations where, and it's usually a guy, but sometimes it's a woman. But like the Lacey Peterson case, you know, Scott Peterson. You know, oh, you're cheating on your wife and you don't want to get found out, so what do? You're going to kill your wife. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you? And she was pregnant with a baby. I just think it's amazing the lengths people will go and the risks they will take to, you know, and like that lawyer in Chicago, or not lawyer, but the cop, was he a cop? Can't remember if he was a cop or what he did, but he killed his wife, and it was like probably the second one that he did. You know, I just don't understand it. First of all, I don't have it within me to harm a human being. Fucking just leave. I mean, it's that fucking hard. Alright, let's get into it.
A Colorado mother begins experiencing sudden and devastating symptoms after a morning workout. Her family watches helplessly as her illness progresses over the coming days, and suspicious eyes turn to one man, her husband, a beloved and...
Oh baby, I love you. Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Here's my understanding of this situation is he's a dentist. And you know, dentists go to medical school. They specialize in dentistry afterwards. So they have some knowledge of chemicals and of chemistry and drugs and that kind of thing. And they also had cameras up all over their house. So he wasn't that careful.
Ambitious local dentist. But as she fights for her life, the investigation into what happened will take a shocking turn that no one saw coming.
Our point is not to put you away, it's to put the person away that caused this to your wife. And that's where we're at. This is my life.
It's Monday, March 6, 2023. Home surveillance cameras are recording as 45-year-old Dr. Jim Craig exchanges pleasantries with his wife Angela before heading to work.
Do you guys have cameras in your house that record 24/7? Who the fuck does? I don't. That would be unsettling. I have a camera in my living room, and if I go on vacation and my daughter's there, guess what she does? She turns it around so it's facing the wall, so I'm not looking at her and her boyfriend on the couch.
Jim is headed to his Aurora, Colorado dental practice, which he's seen here promoting on YouTube in 2012.
Hi, this is Dr. Jim Craig with Summerbrook Dental Group. One of the questions I get asked most commonly by patients is, how do you kill your wife?
Okay, I you know, when professionals are doing that, and I'm doing this right now, right? I'm doing my own video, but it's a different genre, and we're doing a little different thing here. I mean, the guy looks young, and I just don't fucking get. I mean, he looks like a nice guy, doesn't he? Kissing his wife and all this. Let's keep watching. And you should have your white wine and your big bowl of popcorn by now, don't you?
What is the deal with all of the over-the-counter whitening products that are available out there?
Jim and Angela have been married for more than 20 years by the morning of the 6th, with 6 kids and what looks from the outside like the perfect marriage.
He's put on a couple pounds, but why the fuck would you destroy this?
She worked out, she had a really hard workout instead, and then after that, she kind of just like laid down and said that she felt dizzy and she wasn't feeling well.
Angela's illness comes on suddenly, and she sends worried text messages to her husband, who immediately leaves work. She also sends messages to her sister Tony, who lives in Utah.
I can't really explain because my brain doesn't want to work. Something feels really weird in my head, and my body is sluggish, and Jim's going to take me to the doctor this morning. I said, well, that's not good and a little scary. Where are you going in? He took the girls to a friend and we should be home soon. I said, well, what do you think it is? She said, no idea.
When Jim returns home, he finds Angela in a terrible state.
This is his alibi, right? This is him being the doting, caring, I'm not a suspect kind of person, right? And that's what makes it so flippin' scary. Notice I said flippin' there instead of the other word. I'm trying, okay? If there's anybody you shouldn't have to worry about, it's the father of your children. It's the person that you're supposed to love and cherish the most. That's supposed to love and cherish you the most. But you know, 9 times out of 10, who's the chief suspect? It's the closest person to you.
Jim is seen carefully leading his wife to the car, and even from a silent video, it's clear that Angela is barely well enough to walk. They go to the hospital, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong. Jim brings her home that afternoon, and he later tells his office manager that Angela suspected something was off.
He said that he initially thought that she had taken something, and that's what was causing all of this.
Now, anything he says to anybody is always fair game, and it comes into your trial because of what is it? It's a statement of a party opponent. So it's not hearsay; it's an exception to the hearsay.
And then he said, and I think she thinks that I drugged her. I was like, oh, that's crazy. And he said, yeah, the hospital ran a drug panel, and on the way home, she had made a comment. Like, you know, there's some drugs that wouldn't show up on that drug panel.
The cameras...
Why would he say that to her? That's his assistant. Why would he say that to her? Dumb.
Watch as Jim and his wife return home. Angela clearly still feeling the effects of the mysterious ailment. The next morning, she confronts him about what went down at the hospital.
It may not be your fault that they didn't use their due diligence or anything like that. But it's your fault they treated me differently. Like I did it to myself. And like nothing I said could be believed.
I didn't say you were. I'm afraid she did this to herself. I just said, are you going to do the drug now?
No.
You never said, I think she did this to herself. I think she took drugs, or I think that. You never said that.
And how do you think it would have gone if you actually funded me?
Well, I also wanted a drug now because you were accusing me. I wanted that for me, too.
It may be the first sign of strain caught by the cameras, but as those who know the...
How the fuck do you have video running 24/7 in your house? That just slays me.
Couple Best will reveal it's far from the first crack in their marriage. 6 years ago, their relationship nearly collapsed.
He came home and announced that he'd been having an affair in his name. And she was distraught, of course.
But Angela didn't want to divorce, and according to her sister, the infidelity was quickly overshadowed by an even more serious incident.
And then she called me one day and she was mad. And I'm like, of course, nature of life when someone's cheated on you, right? She said that he had sedated her
According to Tony, Jim drugged Angela without her knowledge so that he would have enough time to carry out his final plan.
Final plan of what? Killing her? I mean, you know, we see all kinds. You know, we see the domestic assaults. You've seen that, obviously, right? But I fucking hate those cases, to be honest with you. The guys generally, oh, I didn't do anything wrong, that fucking bitch, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Damn.
And they're always cheap, too.
I don't want my own tweet, bro.
You know, if it's that bad, she's the mother of your children. Do you hate your children, too? You want to do this to your children? You know, but people get in their head, and they only think about themselves. It's called a narcissist.
Injecting himself with something that would end not only his marriage, but his life. He never went through with it, but the emotional wounds from that day had not healed by the morning of March 7th, 2023.
Well, I also wanted to drug out because we're killing me.
When texting her husband the day she suddenly fell ill, Angela wrote, "I feel drugged." Jim replied, "Given our history, I know that must be triggering. Just for the record, I didn't drug you."
But I am angry. I'm angry at you, I'm angry at him, I'm absolutely boxed by myself. They didn't do anything. Except send me home and recommend I see my PCP. And you didn't do anything. You just brought me home. You didn't even try to call my PCP or try to call anybody or try to do anything. You just brought me home.
Angela's suspicions may not only stem from the drugging 6 years ago, but from something that happened much more recently.
So when she texted me, she started it with, "I'm not really ready to talk yet, but I'm leaving Jim. He's left, how would she put it? He's made it impossible for me to stay."
And that's the other thing. If he knows that she's going to leave and take half of his shit, well, that's their shit. Or divide their stuff up in half. But he'll perceive it as she's taking my shit. And, you know, half your dental practice. You know, I mean, honestly, when you get married, and especially if you've been married that long, not only does everything get divided equally, including the value of your dental practice, you're going to probably have to wind up paying her support. You know, if you're the breadwinner.
Only 4 months before falling ill, Angela discovered that Jim had created a profile on a matchmaking site called Seeking.
Control your fucking wiener. You know, I got divorced. Okay? And I tried and I tried and I tried. I even asked my ex-wife, why do we flirt? You know, I was asking her to flirt. And she just wouldn't come around. Did I kill her? No. Was it expensive to get divorced? Yeah, it sure was. Did it hurt like hell? Yeah, you're damn right it did. And it hurt more because she just wasn't into the marriage at all anymore. And that was tough. And it was tough to get over that. But I got over it. And guess what? She's alive and she's got a condo and, you know, all kinds of shit that she wouldn't have had but for me. Fine, I get it. But the sneaking around and doing shit which I did a little bit of that, and I'm not going to mince words on that, but I knew the relationship was over. It wasn't like I was trying to have my cake and eat it too. And I don't recommend it, because it was stressful and it was stupid. But, she's alive.
Seeking.com. Before long, he found a woman to spend time with.
Seeking.com. Couldn't you go to a better site like wealthybustywidows.com?
James and I had a relationship for, honestly, I think it might have been like 3 weeks, maybe a month.
Okay.
And it was like November and December, ended in December. This is embarrassing to admit, met him on a sugar daddy site.
Okay, and did he take you on any of the cases?
Alright. And don't get on a sugar daddy site. Because you're going to lose all your money and your self-esteem. And you're going to wind up even worse off than you were before that. You might get some good pussy in between there and here, but it ain't worth it.
Is there anything?
He did. That was December. We went up to Bozeman, and then his wife found out, and immediately the next day we came back to Denver.
Okay, so she found out while you guys were in Bozeman.
Correct.
Is what
we didn't even spend 24 hours in Bozeman.
Okay.
Yeah.
the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry when you fuck around with your wife. I don't recommend fucking around with your wife at all. I mean, if you have a family and it's an intact thing, you want to put it all together. You know, work it out. But this just sounds like he was checked out.
Jim managed to smooth things over with Angela, promising that he was merely stringing women along with attention and money, but with no intention of actually cheating. But even on...
Bullshit. Who fucking believes that? Nobody believes that.
On March 1st, after Jim returned from a speaking engagement in Las Vegas, texts show that the mistrust remained. Is there anything else you're not telling me? Angela asked. Jim replied, no, there really isn't anything else.
Well, there really isn't anything. Not really. I mean, nothing that fits within the definition of what you're talking about. Really. You know, it just doesn't pay to cheat. It doesn't pay to lie. You know, because now guess how she sees him. As somebody she can't trust.
To disclose, I really was in Las Vegas by myself, and I don't want to sleep with anyone else but you. By March 8th, 2 days after Angela's trip to the hospital, things have settled a bit, or at least it would seem.
Who has this shit in their fucking house? I mean, these bubble cameras like you're at a casino. I don't get that. But good for her that they have this footage. I mean, it's got sound and everything else. 24/7, you're being recorded no matter where you're in the house.
Yeah, but you haven't been eating. At all. What? Yeah, that's true. But you don't exercise today. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Good. Because I don't want you to exercise today and then like cap out and be dead on the bathroom floor.
The day passes without incident, but the next day, Angela takes another sudden turn for the worse.
Do you know how powerful this shit is in court? Honestly, I mean, it is so powerful because you're seeing the devolution of their marriage and her health.
Hey, I'll just throw up a nasty comment.
Angela's daughter takes her back to the hospital, but this time she won't be coming back home so quickly.
She has been battling a really weird illness over the last 4 days, we have been to the emergency room twice, urgent care once, and now she has been admitted to the hospital even though nobody can figure out what's wrong, period.
But his wife's increasingly serious illness appears to be no match for Jim's cheerful disposition.
Now here's the thing. You got a position of trust, right, as a husband. And her kind of caregiver, to a certain extent, right? These video clips that we're watching show the maniacal and premeditation of somebody who is trying to kill his wife. Based upon what? Why does he want to kill her? He wants to remove her from the picture so he can kind of go about his business.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, because we printed them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years. But we also print signs, stickers, shirts, and more. If you need it, we print it. Print it all with 20% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
What you need is both a medical doctor and an attorney. A medical doctor to understand what's wrong with you, and an attorney to then help push forward and get you everything you deserve. I am a medical doctor and an attorney.
So dumb. Just move out. Go get an apartment. Go get a condo. You know, I mean, go do your thing. Be a piece of shit that you are.
This energy would extend to his interactions with Angela's family and friends over the next 5 days as he updated them about her condition. In one text, he says of the medical mystery, "If it wasn't my wife, this would be kind of a fun puzzle to try to work out."
It's funny because 90% of the time she seems like she's doing pretty well, and then all of a sudden she'll have a crash or something. It's hard to predict when that'll happen. It just, you understand what I'm saying? It's just back and forth, and then it's like, I don't know, but most of the time, 90% you get, and then she'll crash and die.
The sickness wasn't getting better, and the doctors did every MRI, CT scan, test, labs, everything in order to figure out what the heck was going on.
Sunday I had it.
So one of the things that you look for is the digital footprint that we all, like internet searches, purchases, credit card receipts, all that kind of stuff. Nobody's that smart,
Texted him, just checking in, how's everything going? Going okay, she had a huge crash last night and the doctors had a hard time reviving her again, but today it's a lot better. What was weird to me too is one day last week, and I don't remember what day it was, but I was talking to him on the phone, and he had made a comment, I don't think she's going to make it through the night.
On Sunday, March 11th, 2 days
how would you know that?
Into Angela's hospital stay, Jim calls her sister, Tony.
And he just says, and I'm telling you right now, Tony, if she dies from this, I'm not allowing him to do an autopsy.
Okay, so this is where it came in.
And I said,
if she dies from this, I'm not allowing them to do an autopsy. Wouldn't you want them to do an autopsy? Wouldn't you want to get to the bottom of what happened?
whoa. She is not dying, number one. And number two, why not?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, they don't know what they're doing, and they've already done enough to her, I'm not letting them cut on her.
But despite Jim's pessimism, Angela slowly improves. And by Tuesday, March 14th, the hospital sends her home once again.
Damn it, plot foiled again. She's just too good. And these bouts, if it turns out that he is responsible for the poisoning of her over time, it's pure evil. And that's considered in sentencing.
That night, Jim texts her sister to provide a grim update.
Tony, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to tell the whole family this, but she doesn't look good.
See, it seems so phony, doesn't it? I mean, and how do you have a guy testifying at a trial with something like this? Because he's got such a track record of being a fucking liar. If I'm a prosecutor, I can shove that shit up his ass so fucking far, that there's nothing he could say. You could say this guy is blue and you wouldn't believe him.
It's not as bad as when I came home on Monday and saw her, but she's in really bad shape.
This time around, Angela's brother Mark and his wife are in town to watch over her while Jim goes to work on Wednesday morning, March 15.
She wanted to try to come outside and meet, and Jim had pressed, make sure she takes her meds that morning. Make sure she takes her meds. And she went back into her room, and 30 minutes later, Mark went in, and she didn't know it. And she was not doing well.
The camera watches as Mark and his wife lead her to the car to head back to the hospital. They get to the hospital and check Angela in. Not long after, Jim is seen on camera arriving at the hospital himself. He stays for about 20 minutes and then leaves again, right around the time Tony calls him to find out what's happening with her sister.
And so I called him. I'm like, I want to know what's going on right now. And so he starts talking to me, but he's not at the hospital. And I'm like, you're not there? And he's like, well, I had to go, apparently he had gone to the hospital. Mark's.
Let's just for a second posit a scenario where he's not responsible for this. But you're going back and forth to the hospital constantly. It's tough to care for somebody like that. It's tough to carry on your normal duties as a dentist. But fucking hell, it's your wife, for Christ's sake. She's, like you said, she could die any minute, right? So the behavior that he's expressing is a little callous.
Mark said he did initially come there, but then he told me, I had to go back to work and get some things kind of squared away. so I can go back up to the hospital, and I'm just going to run through a couple of drive-thrus and get some food.
But I started getting more information from my wife today. And at one point she says, she called me and she's like, I think she's gonna die. And I was like, are you being serious?
On the surveillance system, Jim is seen going into Angela's room, leaving, and then going back in again, all within the span of a few minutes. Jim stays in her room for only 1 minute this last time, and when he comes out again, it's very obvious that Angela's condition has suddenly and dramatically changed.
There was a whole slew of doctors, there was like 5 of them. I was like, this is not good. They're bringing witnesses, a panel of witnesses. And I looked at my wife and I said, that's not good. And as soon as the door opened, after 10 minutes, Jim came out and was just bawling. And basically told me she's not going to make it.
The next thing I get, he says, hang on, crash. Who kind of a sick person does that? And I'm panicked. They said,
so now everything he does is scrutinized, right? Down to the walking, in and out of a room, and down to the text messages, the inflection in his voice, the oversharing, the trying to make an alibi for yourself.
what crashed Jim? Are they able to bring her back? I don't know what's going on. They think seizure. Intubating her. Why? Now I know it's really bad because they're intubating her. Can't get the tube in. Emergency anesthesia team was paged. What? Why? She's not maintaining her airway, bagging her. Cannot get the breathing tube in. What does the anesthesia team do? Get the tube in. Are they there yet? I mean, I'm just panicking.
The staff at University Hospital does everything they can to bring Angela back following a seizure and a rapid medical decline. But it's no use. Because she's an organ donor, she's put on life support in the ICU. But just as her family and friends begin to face this tragic ending, an unimaginable suspicion arises. It comes via Jim's office manager, Caitlin, who reveals that she's been holding on to a dreadful secret.
Last Monday the 6th, Dr. Craig, his wife, got really sick. That was the first day that he left and then obviously they took her to the hospital. Later that night, they'd come back to the office. Everybody had left and was still working. So when I was leaving, his office, like his light was off, and so I thought that he had left. And when I got to the very last operatory, he was sitting in there, and he was sitting in the dark. The light was off, and he was on the computer in there, which was really strange because he has a laptop and a desktop in his office. So I left the office about 5:45, and he had texted me at 6:06 saying that he was having a personal package delivered to the office, and when it came in, they just put it on his desk. This past Monday the 13th, it came in. My receptionist is the one that originally got the box and opened it. And when I was putting the packing slip back into the box, I saw that it said Kentucky Fried Rice. And so.
Okay, if you had this plot to kill somebody, why the fuck would you run things by your office staff? Well, you're a dentist. You must be brilliant, right? Give me a break. You ever seen a dentist in the Hangover movie? Yeah, there we go. Paging Dr.
Damn, my gosh, got pressured into the corner.
I gave it to him. I looked up like what cyanide poisoning was, and kind of was looking at the side effects from that, and that was everything that was.
Now, how do you get around that fact? I mean, there is probably, I'm going to go on a limb here. Now, I'm not a dentist, I'm not a medical person, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's no legitimate reason for you to have cyanide in your fucking dental practice. I'm just going to go out on a limb.
Caitlin shares this terrible secret with both of the practice's managing partners, including Ryan, who is still at the hospital.
And so potassium cyanide is not something that we use in dentistry.
Well, I guess I was right. But that's not, I don't have to be fucking rocket scientist or a dentist.
What the hell is going on in there?
I don't even know how to acquire potassium cyanide. I've never looked at how to acquire potassium cyanide. It's never something that who would ever use hairspray. And I just said,
It sounded like there
I'm
was.
not accusing of Jim of anything.
Is that your mic? Oh my god, is that what's driving me crazy? No, it wasn't you. I swear it sounded like a cat or somebody crying. It was driving me crazy. I could not focus.
What a
I'm using that as my excuse to why I lost.
misfortune for
Like,
Mr.
it
Craig.
kept driving me
He thought
crazy.
he was so fucking clever. But, and now if they look for it, I don't know if it's something they can still find in their system or not. But to have it sent to your office, where you have an office, you know, administrator kind of open your fucking mail. Moron, your bus is leaving.
Waste no time in contacting the police.
Oh, I'm on emergency. This is Paula. How may I help you? Hi, my name is Chelsea. I'm one of the forensic nurses here at University Hospital. I am needing to make a mandated STI report, IPD, and a team officer response. We have a suspected potassium cyanide poisoning.
It doesn't take long before Jim begins to realize that something is up. One of his first moves.
I have to roll away from him.
He says, Ryan, I got some disturbing news. And I said, did you say something to somebody? And I said, yeah.
Well, I was choosing the wrong option. I don't have to.
And I told him exactly what I said to the nurse. And I said, Jim, what was in the package? I said, did you order a package? He said, kind of paused. He said, yeah, I did. I said, what was in the package? Because it was a ring for Angie. So I guess.
Okay, so I ordered the package. So you admit that the package is coming. You've got somebody in your office saying that you said their package is coming, put it on my desk. Now you're lying about what the package was, saying it was a ring for Angie.
Price. And I said, Jim, that's not what was in the package. And he goes, what do you mean? And I was like, the package was open. And he's like, no one. I said,
Am I not doing my combos fast enough? I'm so confused with how they keep breaking out.
What was in the package? And I said, Jim, potassium cyanide was in the package. Why do you have potassium cyanide?
The shocking answer to that question is one that Jim will give to many people before this investigation is finished. But when police go out to his house that night, his lips are sealed.
Alright, so you'll have to deal with him then too, so he won't be allowed here. I mean, absolutely nobody can go in, so. Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. No, that's alright. Alright. Hey, Brian, we got the husband right here.
Did you talk to any officers up there?
No.
Okay. I think our detectives are going to want to talk to you. Okay. Would that be okay?
I think so. I've never done this before. Do I need to do that kind of show?
You've never killed your wife before? Of course you're not, because you can only kill her once.
No, you're not a suspect or anything. They just want to, see what's going on here.
A few minutes later, the officer returns.
Be involved station there.
I will, and I think I have the information that they're looking for, but I'm scared to death to share that. So I'll go down there if I don't want to talk to them. Okay. But I have the information. And I'm not dangerous, and I'm not a flight.
It's completely voluntary. You don't have to. We're not forcing you to go.
Okay. But I do want to talk to them. Okay. I just want to know what they're doing.
Jim isn't talking, but the police tell him and his family that they'll have to stay somewhere else for the time being.
Yeah, you're free to go.
The jig, Jim, is proverbially up.
You're not under arrest or anything like that, so they'll be in touch with you.
Okay. I pulled up.
See, I hate these kind of murder cases because, well, first of all, I don't like DUIs because they're boring, Yeah, I was drinking, I was weaving, I got pulled over, blah, blah, blah. A homicide is always a good story. There's a good story here. Problem is, there's no fucking defense. Now they kind of know what the poison is, and she's now brain dead. Because you've been feeding her this shit for how long? And so, you've got him on video, you've got the package coming to the dental practice, and it being open, and then you've got him admitting there was a package, but it was supposed to be a ring. But instead, it was a poison, the same poison that killed your wife.
PD2.
twice.
The next day, the cops search Summerbrook Dental, and 2 detectives assigned to the case head out to see Jim.
I'm Detective Olson. This is Detective Groff.
Okay.
I guess we're...
How does he not know that the freight train is fucking coming? And it may be coming only at about 20 miles an hour. But you know what? It's a strong freight train, and nothing's going to move it off its tracks. And guess what? You are tied to those tracks. And I don't care how much olive oil or somebody else comes to try to save you. No one's getting you off those tracks.
coming to, I guess, talk to you or kind of see if you want to talk to us.
Okay.
Is that something you're interested in?
No.
Okay. And that's fine. So we have a search warrant for this house, but basically for your cell phone, Angela's cell phone, your wallet, and or your laptop.
Okay.
The detectives asked Jim to come out to his truck so they can photograph the contents of his wallet.
So, am I a suspect in something right now then? So here's where we're...
You damn right you are.
Right. There are questions. Yeah. And I have
based on what we've heard.
Yeah. I know what they are, and I have the answers.
Okay, well, until they're answered, it's hard to say.
And here's the other thing. These guys think they can talk their way out of anything. He's smart that he's not really talking to the cops right now. He thinks when they get to trial, he knows that he's going to get charged. But he thinks, I can weave a defense because I'm smarter than everybody else in the room. These are the worst clients to have because no matter what the lawyer says, he's not going to buy it.
Yes or no to what you just asked me, am I a suspect or not? Well, I guess it kind of depends. It kind of depends how this shakes out. We're hoping this takes that turn and it's not as big a deal as it sounds, but we're going to still treat it like it could be criminal until we find out otherwise. But your attorney's going to tell you
I just
not to talk to us without them there.
I know.
So,
and that's what I would tell him. No good can come to him from talking to the cops.
No, I guess what I mean is, there's going to be a funeral coming up. I just don't want to be handcuffed in front of my kids while I'm making funeral preps and taking off.
Well, and that's why we tried to call Jennifer today, and that's why I know and we didn't come we're just in our jackets. For the decency of your family.
Later that day, Tony, who has arrived in town with several of Angela's other siblings, has 2 interactions with Jim that strike her as off-key.
And he comes over and he goes, I have a funny story, I think you guys will appreciate it. He's like, yeah, we're in the car, and said, now that Mom's gone, can we watch Sharknado? I looked at him. God, are you kidding me?
2 days left.
See, when you're a narcissist, you can't read a room, and you can't figure out what is harmful to you, what isn't, in a sense, because the only thing you give a shit about is yourself, right? And so making a comment like that, it's sort of like he wants to make light of it. If I make a joke, that everything will be okay. But it's tone deaf. It's really tone deaf.
Days later, on March 18th, Angela is taken off life support and passes away. That night, Detective Olson asks Jim to meet them so they can give him his phone back. But as Jim soon finds out, that's only a pretense.
Hi, Bob. You are under arrest. Okay, for true murder.
Leanne, you don't have a dental practice anymore, and you're not going to have a home, and you're not going to be a parent, and you're not going to have your life.
I didn't expect this. Sorry.
How the fuck could you not expect this? Honestly, you're dumb shit. I know innocence until proven guilty, but not here. But that's a narcissist. That's somebody who thinks only the best of himself. And there's no way I'll get found guilty of anything.
As Jim is taken into custody, a detective lays it out for his brother.
Just for you and the family, obviously this is shocking. From our standpoint, he's responsible for Angela's death. Okay, no doubt in my mind.
But there's a vast difference between being arrested and being convicted. And there is much more to this story
that meets the eye.
So you have to have probable cause for an arrest. And probable cause is statement is just slightly more true than not true. And when the judge looks at the probable cause statement, the judge does not weigh the credibility of what's going on in that statement. Just takes everything as factually true. But to get convicted, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what does beyond a reasonable doubt mean? Well, reasonable doubt is the amount of care one would use in their most important affairs. That's what the jury instruction guide says. That's what the instruction that the judge gives to the jury. But it's beyond a reasonable doubt, and how much beyond is up to the jury to decide.
They do have their own warrant for the murder of Angela. So I know that he's expressed times you have the answers and want to tell us. I just want to give you that opportunity.
I really want that. I haven't had my phone, so I haven't been able to talk to the attorney that I reached out to. Because as you can imagine, this is terrifying for me. And you both seem very nice and like you're on my side, but I know how this works, and I don't want to incriminate myself for saying anything stupid or...
So, at this point, he's in custody, and there's interrogation going on. So they have to read him his Miranda rights. The minute he said he wants an attorney, they have to cease all questioning.
I can tell you that it's not on my mind.
After establishing that he won't be getting out of jail tonight because he's not been given a bond, Jim tries to see if there might be another way.
Hence the narcissist trying to talk his way out of anything.
And what happens if I talk to you and tell you everything I know? Then what?
Every case is different, so we can't really, I guess, give you direction if that makes sense, because we don't know what information you have. So we only know what we have currently.
And what do you have currently?
Well, that's typically how we do this, is if we're going to have...
So this is why you don't give a statement to the cops. You don't know
I'm blocking low.
All right? Now, we do, because we kind of are looking at this from 30,000 feet. But he still thinks he might have a way to skate out of this. He doesn't know what they know. And it doesn't work like this, where you say, oh, tell me what you know first. I mean, sometimes I actually do that. We call that a reverse proffer, where you meet with the government just so they can show you the strength of their case.
Have a conversation, we would Mirandize you, and then you would talk to us, and we would talk to you, type of thing.
He should have already been Mirandized. He's in custody, and they're asking him questions.
We don't go into all the details of what we have, because this is your opportunity to talk really if you want to.
Oh my gosh.
But you're thinking here, I'm still in civilian clothes, right? I'm not wearing jail fatigues or jail scrubs, whatever. There's still a chance for me to get out of this. No, there isn't.
The one attorney that I've talked to has said don't say anything because...
And at this point, he should have already had an attorney on a retainer. You know, he's just talked to an attorney. He hasn't hired anybody yet.
You can just incriminate yourself, and I'm totally naive and doesn't know what I'm doing. And then you both seem very nice, but I know that your job is to help me away.
Well, our job is to figure out what happened. And our point is not to put you away, it's to put the person away that caused this to your wife.
Which just happened.
Damn.
And that's where we're actually with my wife.
With that stunning question,
what if that person is my wife? What if she did this to herself? Oh, it sounds like the laying of your defense.
Jim again falls into silence. But this isn't the first investigators have heard of this explanation. Jim floated it for the first time.
Oh, I'm dumb. I set my break to that.
I said, why didn't you ask me something? And he said, there's a lot of pauses where he...
Pauses and, you know, oh, gee, I don't know. You know, those pauses, oh, that's ice, by the way. All these pauses, you know, your normal reactions are scrutinized in a context like this. So the pauses that he's talking about, you're not having a free-flowing, oh, well, she ordered that, you know. she ordered that because, you know, she wanted to make it look like I killed her.
Perhaps. Because I ordered it for her. And that...
Okay, remember what he said before? It was arranged for her. Now it's, I ordered it for her. That makes no fucking sense at all.
That it was a game of chicken. He said I thought it. I didn't think she would. I actually didn't think she would do this. He insinuated that she could.
Who fucking believes this? What an absolute fool. You know, people who do this kind of stuff, they think they're so brilliant, and it just doesn't make sense.
He started saying things like, "This looks bad." I said, "Jim, nobody got this." And I said, "I think you should start talking to her." I said, "I think you'd be a lawyer."
When detectives ask Angela,
and I think you should never set foot in our law practice again. I mean, that's what I would have done.
to his family and friends what they think about Jim's explanation, they're more than a little skeptical that Angela would do such a thing, no matter how bad her marriage was.
And it's belied by the fact that you see these conversations with them in the kitchen, you know, and they're talking about going to the doctor and why they're sick, why she... No.
She wouldn't take something slow to put herself in absolute pain and fear for 10 days.
I'd be surprised. That would shock me if she does. It's not her personality.
I will say this, Angie, never.
Back with Jim, the detectives aren't sharing their evidence, but they let him know that things aren't looking good.
See, he has no idea they talked to all these other people. You know, they haven't shared it with him, and the cops aren't sharing it with him. You know, the people who were interviewed aren't sharing it with him. And that's the danger of doing an interview like this, because you don't know what they know. You know, you're better off just staying silent. So Robin brings up a good point. He says, you know, this program, this EU demonstration here, shows how coordinated the cops are before they get to Jim. You know, they have all their ducks in a row. They're talking to so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. They're getting the same answer from, you know, each person on the same questions, right? So they know what the truth is. And so when they go to talk to Jim, he doesn't realize that they've talked to everybody.
Information at this time leads to you. So that's why we're where we're at right now.
Oh, this is how I want. Because I know how this looks. I knew exactly how this was going to look. And so
I knew how exactly how this was going to look. What, when you fucking hatched the scheme?
I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm no detective.
I'm sorry. And this is a scary situation.
I'm sorry that I didn't just let her go through this years ago.
Jim never goes.
He just sounds so full of shit, doesn't he? I don't know how else to put it.
Goes into further detail with the detectives, but the investigation is still very much in its infancy. Police have obtained the surveillance footage from Jim's house, from which they hope to find a smoking gun. But the videos seem to show all the hallmarks of a loving, happy couple in the days leading up to Angela's illness.
So I had a case where I think my client, he killed his girlfriend in an apartment building, in the apartment, and then dragged her out in a tote, you know, and then left it by the side of a railroad tracks. The cops went through footage, surveillance footage. I mean, like every second for like a week. That's all. And they found a little tiny clip of when that happened to be, which is what they're doing here with this footage. The painstaking of watching this footage so you don't miss something is something. It's good police work.
That's not great.
Perhaps there are signs of something darker underneath the surface, even if only in retrospect.
Every time I wondering how many are there. I don't know. It'll be rare. My race is a picture when I speak in Las Vegas.
Jim went to Las Vegas a few days after that conversation, and it was there that he met another woman, an orthodontist from Texas named Karen. Police wanted to speak with her next, and fortunately for them, she happens to be in town.
Damn.
Hi, Karen. I'm Sergeant Lawnecker with Aurora Homicide Unit. We've taken Jim into custody for homicide, and I was wondering if you have a minute to speak with me.
Can I,
Get dressed, yeah. So, I don't know, basically, obviously, I didn't find you by a miracle. We are aware of yours and Jim's relationship, and basically your email.
Yeah. You try to hide anything? You can't hide anything these days. Anything.
Some stuff back and forth between each other, and he's been taken into custody for killing his wife.
Now, if you were the woman, if it's just like the Lacey Peterson, Scott Peterson, he was having an affair with the imagine, what would you think? I mean, you'd be like, holy fuck. Am I part of this? Am I somehow partly responsible?
Oh,
I mean, not legally
God.
responsible, but wouldn't you feel just like garbage?
So, I don't know.
Yeah, I thought so. This seems fucking.
Obviously, we consider it motive for him to do that. We have noticed that you seem to come to Denver when his wife was in the hospital. And I don't know if that's just what kind of timing is,
A search of Jim's email account shows messages between the two of them, some of which show Karen's travel itinerary. One trip overlapping with Angela's first extended hospital stay, and a second trip overlapping with Angela's final crash and eventual death. But Karen says those dates are misleading.
I'm gonna take it for the 8th that I changed it.
You didn't come out here now?
No.
Okay.
Or I at Southwest, so it's free to change.
Okay.
So I just changed the 8th to the 16th.
So this is the first time you come out here?
Mm-hmm.
How did you meet him?
At a meeting, dental meeting in Las Vegas.
Now remember he said he was there by himself, and I only want you, baby. I only want to be with you. I only want to sleep with you. I only want to be in your bed, baby. And give me a fucking break. So there again, he's lying to his wife, and it's on, and it's recorded on his text messages to his wife. So when you're caught in all these lies, it makes it awfully difficult for you to be able to testify.
Though Karen acknowledges that she's out here to see Jim, she says that their relationship is not as far along as their messages might suggest.
So you've not been sexually with him? What was the purpose of some of those text exchange or email exchanges then? Because they're very sexually explicit. I mean,
there's been physical intimacy to some degree, but we haven't had intercourse.
Okay.
Karen says that Jim told her that he and Angela had filed for divorce in January.
Another lie.
A month before they met in Las Vegas.
She said, I'm going to sit down with her tonight. We're going to start to talk about just about him, how things are going to look during mediation, things like that. And that she had said,
and instead you decide to kill her with this cyanide. I just back it off, buddy. Make a different choice.
That she probably was going to move back to where her family is. He said, he did tell me when they talked that night, I'm kind of worried that she might hurt herself.
Really? Oh.
We've had a history of that.
Has he talked to you at all about finding cyanide?
No.
Any other poisons? Anything like that?
The detective decides to set Karen straight on what Jim has been up to.
He's never told her he wants a divorce. He's never told her There's no talk of him moving out with the kids. She has no idea anything about a divorce. He's purchased poisons, and she's now dead because of poisons. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But, I mean, the real victim here is his wife. Big time.
The next morning, Karen talks to Detective Olson. She shares the conversation she's had with Jim after Angela passed, in which he talked about all the things he would need to do to get his affairs in order.
Life insurance was in that string of thought, and I was like, is life insurance going to change if it's, self-inflicted? He said, no, I got a policy that doesn't have that has an exclusion for that due to our history.
While Jim's explanation about the life insurance lines up with his story that Angela did this to herself, it also opens the door to another possible motive. And according to Ryan, Jim could use the money.
In January, where...
Here's the thing. These cheaters who do this stuff, they don't do it for normal, right? And in order to please all these different women, guess what you need to spread the love. And when you're spreading the love, guess what? You wind up robbing Peter to pay Paul. Because it's expensive. We had a guy here in Minnesota, he was a lawyer, a personal injury lawyer, Dave Moskal. And he would settle personal injury cases, like say he settled one for $300,000, but tell the client that it was only $100,000, right? So he would keep $200,000 and take a third of the $100,000. So the client would get like $66,000, and he would keep like $230,000. And that went on and on and on until it was over $9 million that he stole. But he had a whole nother life in another state with another woman. I mean, is life that fucking complicated? No, it isn't. And he wound up going to prison and losing his law license. Unbelievable. I mean, cut it, start anew, you know? Or just go whore around. If that's what you want to do, go whore around. You don't have to kill somebody to do that. The problem is, women don't want that. Women don't want the whore. Women want the commitment. They want the guy. You know, they want the knight in shining armor. They want the protector, the provider, the emotional support. They don't want the whore, right? So when you say, oh, I'm dating 5 women, well, let me see your diseased cock. I mean, you think they really want that? They don't. And that's why they fucking lie. Because you're going to tell the women what you want to hear. Oh, I love you, baby. You're the only one. I'm almost done with my divorce, baby. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Fuck you, baby. Give me a break.
Decided as a company that we could not continue to pay his creditors from his first bankruptcy at the level that we were paying it. He was going to have to take some more involvement in it.
As a business partner, if my business partner isn't financially solid, guess what? He's going to cut other corners. And you're usually not financially solid because you've already cut corners, right? And so if you cut corners here, you're going to cut corners there. You cut corners in your marriage. You cut corners in your business. Cut corners in your dental practice. Maybe you do this, you do that, you do this, and all of a sudden, everything's fucking crashing in on you. So what's the best thing to do? Oh, I'll kill my wife and get the insurance. Sounds like a good idea to me.
And he's going to take a pay cut a little bit. So I know that probably creates some financial pressure on him a little bit. We've put in about $350,000 into this saving his.
According to a list.
Did play the day as suggested, right?
Yes.
Rematch at the bowling lane?
Thought you never asked.
Can I get a pizza in the Shirley?
You bet.
Can we do it all?
We can do everything.
Healthy ingredients that are powered by plants and research-backed. Buy organic. Give it a shot.
The woman Jim met on Seeking.com and took to Bozeman, Montana. This financial strain didn't stop Jim from spending his money.
Did he give you, I'm guessing he paid for that trip, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And then did he give you any more funds other than just the trip?
He did. Yeah.
And how much was that?
I want to say in total it's probably about $9,000.
Okay.
It was.
Guys, don't get on fucking websites like that. I know of a guy who went on, he says, oh, I am going on this trip, and I need someone to go with me, and, you know, all the expenses paid, and basically looking for a sugar baby, you know, and he was going to be the sugar daddy, and it just turned out awful for him. You know, these women will just use you and see you later. You know, what is wrong with, you know, good, solid, old-fashioned man on top, get it over with quick, and go get me a turkey pot pie. I mean,
for the monthly allowance that we had talked about.
A monthly allowance for a fucking whore. Why do you deserve a monthly allowance? Because you fucked him once or twice and now you have it over him? You know? I mean, is that why now?
A traditional sugar daddy, sugar baby relationship.
According to prosecutors, Jen was the sole beneficiary on more than $4 million of life insurance policies in Angela's name. But Karen, who still believes that Angela may have caused her own tragedy, is concerned about their 6 kids.
I mean, obviously my hope is that I'm right and that they don't lose. Yeah, mom and dad, you know. No, I agree.
Now in jail, Jim is determined to prove his innocence one way or the other.
So Jim's got no fucking money. But guess what? He's got a home and a car and some other things, and so he probably won't qualify for a public defender. So what does he do?
And it's to one of those kids that he turns to for help. He sends a letter to his oldest daughter.
And when you're in jail and you send a fucking letter, guess what? They read it before it goes out.
I'm going to ask you to help me with something really hard, he writes. We need to make a deepfake video of Mom saying she asked me to order cyanide and that she was going to take it herself.
A deepfake video? Are you... Did you fall on your fucking head? You send a letter like this to your daughter? Do you think your daughter is glad that your mom is dead? And that you're the fucking suspect and you telling her to manufacture evidence? Fucking, how dumb do you have to be?
It's only the beginning of Jim's efforts to exonerate himself, as demonstrated by a call police made to the...
We need to make a deep fake video of Mom saying, oh, by the way, I think I'm going to kill myself with cyanide. Oh my God, unbelievable.
Cellmate.
So in the letter that is addressed to both, it says Becca and Will, so I presume obviously you go by Becca sometimes. And in that conversation or in that letter, Mr. Craig has essentially asked that your son or you help him on some things in lieu of getting the transplants or the teeth that he would do for you.
Okay, I'll do your teeth if you help me cover up a homicide, a murder one. How desperate is this motherfucker? What else would he do? And who else would he kill?
Oh my gosh, I'm really So basically he has asked, that whoever responds to him doesn't use their legal government name, like they use like a code name, or they use even if it's like a nickname, you know what I mean? But that way that you guys would not be traceable to him. And in turn, that person would get a burner phone and a fake ID and essentially...
To get through dental school, you have to be... But you don't have to have a personality test to see that you're not a fucking homicidal maniac.
Actually help him, and then they would give you the teeth or
you know blocking
in return. Absolutely not. I don't know anything about that. Do you know anything about Mr. Craig or his case? He is currently in custody for a murder case. Oh my God.
Prosecutors also allege that Jim tried to hire a fellow prisoner named Nathaniel to kill Detective Olson, the lead investigator on the case.
Wow. Well, just if you're really fucked over, well, let's go whole hog into fucked overville.
When that plan fails, he writes to Nathaniel's ex-wife Cassie, explaining to her that he's been framed by his business partner. He asks her to go to the district attorney, pretending to be a friend of Angela's who can testify that she was suffering from depression and planning to end her own suffering.
So, you've got, what? So you've got a situation where he's asking his daughter to manufacture evidence, right? That's one. You got a situation where he writes a letter to have a fellow inmate's mother do some shit, but she never got the letter. And then you got another incident here where he's trying to have a conspiracy to kill one of the investigators in the case. Do you think he's had any shot at a not guilty verdict here? I don't think so.
He also asked that she use her expertise in Photoshop to spoof text messages that can help sell the story.
When you're in jail, you don't have any privacy. No privacy whatsoever. You make a phone call, sometimes even to your lawyer, and it's recorded. Fuck, I just don't get it. How the fuck can somebody be that stupid? You know, a letter goes out, it's not going to reach the intended target because they'll intercept it. Because guess what? You can't put it in the mailbox.
Investigation police discovered that Jim communicated with Karen using an email address he created only 4 days after meeting her in Las Vegas. They also take a look at Jim's devices and search history, where a bleak picture begins to develop.
So there's nothing on that. There's nothing on his laptop. Computer number 9 and examiner number 9. He's searching, will arsenic show up in an autopsy? Or the...
Remember what I said about internet search history? How to kill your wife and get away with it. Fucking dumb shit.
Metabolized by undetectable poisons, particular human, I can go on and on. It is absolutely sickening.
On that specific computer, Jim searches how many grams of pure arsenic will kill a human, where to purchase arsenic, and clicks on a video titled The 5 Most Dangerous Chemicals on Earth. The new email address he created to communicate with Karen is used for only one other purpose: purchasing poison.
He wanted arsenic first. That was delivered to his house in the wood while being his own family.
The outside surveillance cameras show the mail truck drive past Jim's house on March 4th. A short while later, Jim is seen walking down the street. He returns minutes later with a couple of envelopes in his hand. It was this purchase of arsenic that investigators believe was used to put Angela in the hospital.
This is what makes this so insidious and so evil and so exacerbated. This guy hasn't 1 ounce of decency within him whatsoever. He's going to kill his wife, and that'll solve all his problems. But you know that wouldn't solve anything. But the constant planning, the constant premeditation is just so astounding here. And in a position of trust as her husband.
First time on March 6th.
He said he got up, he made them the full, like a shake, like a protein shake. And I don't remember what he said he had put in it, but it was like a pre-workout or something with caffeine, and whatever he had put in it was like 3 times the normal amount that she normally takes.
But investigators believe that Jim Craig put something far more dangerous than caffeine into her protein shake that morning.
And they gotta, I mean, I still can't get over having 24-hour video in your home. You just witnessed a murder right there. That's the murder right there.
Before leaving for work that morning, Jim has a question.
You got that? You okay? It's not. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait.
Of course, Angela would be anything but fine that morning, or for the little time she had remaining in her life. But as investigators would see for themselves, that single dose of arsenic didn't get the job done.
He also ordered oleander. It's like an extremely poisonous
in this plant, but obviously you can get the derivatives out of it. That was still en route. So actually I think it's coming today.
With the oleander delayed and the potassium cyanide not due for days, Jim is forced to improvise. On the night of March 8th, he leaves his house at 10:40 p.m. He arrives back home 15 minutes later at 10:55. Police later find out that during this time, he purchased 12 bottles of eye redness drops at the local grocery store. The next morning, Jim makes his wife another drink and turns the TV on for her before going to work.
Makes you wonder about, who can I trust? This just turns my stomach.
That would be the day.
I got game, she got game, he got game. Everybody say, half price game, half price game. Half price game, half price game. Stop in that car, I got the whole squad bar. Half price game, 5 days a week, only at Dave & Buster's.
Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most crippling chicken finger meal, getting them right every time.
Angela would be taken to the hospital for the second time. Toxicology reports would later confirm that she had tetrahydrozoline in her system at the time of her death. It's the active ingredient in Visine. When swallowed, it can cause illness and even death. And yet it's still not enough to kill Angela. The package of potassium cyanide comes to Jim's office on March 13th, and investigators believe he gave her the first dose inside a capsule that was supposed to contain an antibiotic.
He wrote out this timeline in his phone, basically the hours after he's confronted by Ryan and Michelle.
Detective Olson says that Jim used this memo to tell the full story about Angela's desire to order poison for herself.
And that she finally...
This guy is just... How do you do this? How do you not only put the timeline in your phone, I need to keep everything straight. And to kill the mother of your children like this.
Said, I'm just going to do it. And he said, I'm done trying to save you. I'm not going to save you this time. He said that he took the clindamycin and put potassium cyanide in the capsules. Put the potassium cyanide inside the clindamycin capsule.
And why would she even question that? You know what I mean? Because she trusted him. You see the struggle I'm having with this case, right? That's the struggle that a jury would have, and that's a struggle that a judge would have. And that's why when you see these kinds of cases, while they get the most severe sentences, because it's not a fair fight. Where you have two guys fighting and one guy dies and it's a self-defense kind of thing, different animal altogether, as opposed to somebody who's completely vulnerable and is acting, like an unwitting victim.
It is also in Jim's memo that investigators make one last horrifying realization. Even after Angela was rushed to the hospital for a final time, Jim was apparently not done yet.
He says he went to university, gave her a syringe, which is, I couldn't not remind her, potassium cyanide, gave it to her. And then he left the room and said, like her arm hurts or something. And he came back and the syringe was empty and that she didn't have her IV for at university. And that he then took the syringe back and put it in his pocket.
Hospital surveillance cameras show Jim emerging from a side room at approximately 1:53 p.m. before pulling something thin and cylindrical out of his pocket. Less than 30 minutes later, Jim comes out of Angela's room, speaks to the nurses, and the frantic but doomed effort to save Angela's life begins.
So that pre-planning and the acting going on throughout all this is so disconcerting.
His final dose was actually at the hospital. We were trying to figure that out.
Jim goes to trial on charges of first-degree murder after deliberation, 2 counts of tampering with physical evidence, 2 counts of soliciting perjury, and a final count of soliciting first-degree murder.
Soliciting perjury? You think you can testify after you're charged with soliciting perjury? We aren't going to believe a thing you say.
His defense that he merely purchased arsenic, oleander, tetrahydrozoline, and potassium cyanide at the behest of his wife is rejected by the jury, and he is found guilty on all counts.
Big shock. Big shock there.
I can't even say that he's narcissistic. All I can say is he's pure evil. He's pure evil.
At Jim's sentencing hearing, Tony said to him, "Angela was a light you never deserved. You may have temporarily dimmed her light in this life, but it will continue to shine in those she loves and that love her in return." In July 2025, Dr. Jim Craig is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His wife, Angela Craig, was 43 years old.
On balance, how could, number one, he think that he could... This is really, when you look at the Murdaugh, the Alex Murdaugh case, this is kind of similar to that, don't you think? He's underwater financially. He's got his dick in a bunch of different ponds, or so he thinks, because he's Mr. Suave and DeBoner. And he's got this wife who wants to work out and wants to be in shape, and by all accounts, this seems like a decent woman. And he's got a large family, But he's doing everything he can to make sure that he's not successful in his marriage and his finances and his business. So maybe life in prison is more of a gift to him, than it is to anybody else. Now he's got 3 hots in a cot. He doesn't have to, he's have to be careful when he picks up the soap. But fucking A, I just, at the expense of what? Why would you do this? Word to the wise. If you're in a relationship that's not working, move the fuck on. And if you're cheating like a motherfucker, just go be a whore. There's plenty of women that would fuck you. Women generally don't do this kind of thing. Some do. Women do cheat. There's no question about that. But generally speaking, it's the guys that cheat, and women want stability. They want, give it to her. You can have a good life. Be happy with what you have in front of you. Anyway, I feel like I have to scrub my brain after watching this one. So we'll see you next time here in Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, and go clean out your bowl that you had all your popcorn in. And while you're doing that, think about Facebook and go to CLRBruceRivers.com for all your merch needs. And we'll see you next time here in Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
All the charges that you got to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. Self-bitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. You know all the charges that you got to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. Self-bitching gon' get you put away.
The high-quality industrial products you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Newly released documents tonight say President Trump personally warned officials about Jeffrey Epstein decades ago. An FBI interview some.
Yeah.
Today I interviewed Congressman Ro Khanna on the Epstein files. He's one of the origins of the Epstein Transparency Act, along with Thomas Massie, who I also tried to get on the show. They are a Republican-Democrat duo who have been fighting to get the Epstein files publicized, and it's my privilege today to interview them. You're one of the few people who's actually been allowed to see the unredacted Epstein files. What did you find?
Well, first, we found that they were protecting the identity of 6 men. I mean, Massie and I went for 2 hours, and there were 6 men who were listed as co-conspirators, and their names were redacted. I went to the floor of the House of Representatives today, and I called out those 6 men by name: Salvatore Navora, Zorav Mikolaj, Leopold Leonor, Nicolas Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner. We need courage in this country to hold people accountable who have been accused of some of the most heinous crimes. I mean, men who either underage girls or went to Epstein's Island knowing underage girls were being paraded around.
One of the biggest parts of this story has been the meta story of the cover-up. Every time it seems like they're going to get the files out there, it's like opposite day. They redact names they shouldn't. They miss deadlines. They mischaracterize evidence. You know, just recently I saw an FBI memo that there were no cameras in bedrooms of Epstein's house. And then you look at the photos the FBI took, there's a camera in his bedroom. So I just want to understand this. To me, this looks like a cover-up, but who are they covering for? First of all, do you agree with that? And who do you think they're covering for, and if you think they're covering it up at all?
It's obviously a cover-up. It's probably one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. I mean, they're covering up for rich and powerful people who visited this island where young girls were being, not just the American elite, the global elite. This is shaking the British monarchy. It may topple the British government. It has the Norwegian princess now not being able to be a queen. I mean, it's had international reverberations.
Of course, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's one of my biggest problems with the story. Internationally, we're seeing some accountability, however small. I have seen zero accountability in America. And so, look, while I appreciate the transparency, I was talking to friends, people who follow the show, and they said, where is the accountability? Are we going to see a single person in America, besides Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein, face justice?
Well, that's why I went to the floor today and named these people. I wanted those names public. I mean, if the Justice Department isn't going to do their job, if the FBI isn't, the members of Congress can take to the floor and start naming names, and that's why I did that. But we need investigation, and we need political accountability. I mean, how can you have Howard Lutnick, right, who lies to the American people? He says, oh, I never had anything to do with Epstein.
I was never in the room with him, socially, for business, or food, for land.
Then it comes out that he actually went to Epstein's Island.
We had lunch on the island. That is true.
And then it comes out that he allegedly had a business with Epstein after Epstein was convicted of an indictment in America. That in other nations, literally their heads of states are falling if they just had email correspondence with Epstein. And here we've got someone like Lutnick still in government. We need accountability. We need prosecutions of people who actually showed up in the island. And we need, by the way, the cover-up then. What is the biggest cover-up? I just want to explain this simply. The FBI scrubbed these files in March before my law, and the most sensitive information are in the FBI files. That's where the survivors named the name of the people who abused them. They're in those FBI files. Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed that in March, and they sent the scrubbed files to Justice. And so Justice then did a second round of redactions. But under my law, the Epstein Transparency Act that Nancy and I passed, we need to have those FBI files unscrubbed. We need them unredacted. And that is where the information is. And the only reason I believe they're redacted is they're protecting very rich and powerful people in this country.
¿Qué puedes hacer con Internet multimedia? Más creatividad, más streaming, más gaming. Hay más para ti con Internet multimedia y nuestra garantía de precio por 5 años cuando agregas Cox Mobile.
The United States is the largest and the most profitable market in the world, and that's why it's so important for us to be relevant here and for us to continue to grow and to add scale.
We are at a pivotal moment.
I think when we talk about AI, there's still a lot of focus on data centers and the infrastructure piece of it. Clearly a lot.
I'm in platinum now.
One of the things that I've appreciated about this push, it's a bipartisan push. Both left and right have gotten behind it. Look, saying, hey, we gotta unredact this. We gotta see who's really in there. You bring up a great point. A lot of powerful people have lied about their association with Jeffrey Epstein. That's been one of the great revelations that has come out of it. But I criticized Howard Lutnick, but we also have Stacey Plaskett. She's saying, I wasn't a friend of him.
That are not your friends. Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information. Having a real friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have.
And then we see text messages where she says, I'm going to call you my friend. And he says, yeah, we're friends. I mean, this is a problem that crosses party lines. And my worry is this. Look, right now there's a lot of push, bipartisan, but especially from Democrats. Look, we got to hold these people, accountable. I agree with them. I agreed with the Republicans when they said they were going to hold them accountable last time. My problem is this. Next time, let's say you guys get in power. How can we trust that you guys are going to do what's necessary with the next DOJ? Because it doesn't seem like we're going to get the DOJ to do anything this time. I think we probably both agree on that. How can we trust the next DOJ to take the proper action to hold people accountable?
Well, I think you have to look at the record. You can trust people like Massey and me. We didn't politicize this. We said whoever is implicated needs to pay the consequences. And there are Democratic donors like Bill Gates that are in the files. They need to testify. Keir Starmer is someone I knew. I met with him. He's someone who shared. I celebrated when he won. I had no sympathy for Mendelsohn or the Starmer government. I had no sympathy for Democratic donors or big tech folks, some of whom who have supported the party, who are in these files. I have said that President Clinton should testify, and he is. So Massey and I, the reason we've been successful is we haven't made this about Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or politics. We haven't made this Republican or Democrat. We have said wherever the facts go, that's where we're going to go. If it takes down the Democratic donors, it's going to take down the Democratic donors. It's going to take down Republicans, it'll take down Republicans. And why do you think other people haven't been willing to do it? Because we made some very powerful enemies. There are a lot of billionaires and people in this Epstein class who are against us. So I don't think you can trust a party per se, but I think you can trust people that are cracked.
I looked away for 1 second to do my top.
I want to go to the July 2025 systemic review the FBI claims it did. They made a bunch of surprising findings because later they were revealed to be, in my view, false. They say, one, this systemic review has no incriminating client list. Well, we see internal slide decks, basically, from the FBI, where very prominent names, such as Trump, Jess Staley, Leon Black, Les Wexner, Bill Clinton, a bunch of people have pretty shocking allegations against them. It goes to another part of their memo. They said there's no evidence that's going to predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Why not even investigate? That's kind of my problem.
You have hit the nail on the head. None of these rich and powerful people have even been asked under oath why they were on this island. What did they see? Who were the girls? Who was being... They've just escaped not just prosecution, they've even escaped investigation. And the Department of Justice could open the investigation tomorrow into these people. And people say, well, why are we obsessed about something that happened years ago? First of all, the survivors deserve justice. And it's very callous for people to say move on. But the second thing is, if we live in a society where people think the rich can just get away with things because of who they are, and the powerful can just get away with things because of who they are, then you don't have a democratic government.
The Epstein files, why it's so frustrating is it's exposing a justice system that has two different classes. For the weak, you have laws that bind but don't protect. For the powerful, you have laws that protect and do not bind. I mean, do you agree this is what we're seeing with the Epstein files?
Yes, it's two tiers of justice in America. That's why I came up with the term Epstein class. If you're part of this rich, powerful club, then you feel like you're above the law.
Speaking of accountability, I want to talk about, one of the claims by the Justice Department. I mean, they say there's no credible evidence Epstein is blackmailing individuals. This is a huge problem because the FBI basically failed to get a bunch of CDs, hard drives that later were found removed from Epstein's properties. But, there's this email basically Epstein sent himself about Bill Gates, where he alleges that he facilitated trysts with Bill Gates. Bill Gates denies this, but it reads as straight up blackmail. It's like, you need to give me X millions of dollars, otherwise, something's going to come out. Well, here's my problem, and this is what I'd love for people like Gates to be asked. He says he separated himself from Epstein, and then it turns out he sends a $2 million gift to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein. So if he had nothing to do with it, this wasn't blackmail, why is he sending a $2 million gift? I mean, are we going to ever have it make sense? The gaslighting is what bothers me. You brought up Howard Lutnick. He just said, oh, I was so disgusted, and then he's found to be a business with the guy. Like, I just don't like, and I don't think anyone likes, being lied to, especially by...
Is that who would keep them?
It's perfect. But don't... Is this coming out of the college savings? Quick, can we do this? Nice.
Okay, let's take them home.
Stop guessing and start knowing with Quicken.
Grab purpose-packed ingredients for when life gives you a ledge, a swell, a path, a peak. Benefit stacked, action-packed wellness shots. Vibe Organic. Give it a shot.
People in power and people who are making decisions sort of for the rest of us. Bill Gates has enormous influence. The idea that he would be kind of, compromised by some of these things is very alarming.
It is alarming, and that's why he needs to come under oath and answer these questions. That's why there should be an investigation where he's asked by the Justice Department and Congress. And I say this as a Democrat. I mean, he's supported a lot of Democrats, but we need fundamental accountability. It can't just be about Lutnick because he's in the Trump administration. It needs to be across the board, regardless of people's politics. And the issue in terms of what Epstein was and what he was doing,
I thought he was going to switch sides.
law doesn't allow for the release of classified information. You can't in Congress declassify things. That's the rule. But what we need is a president who actually appoints someone who has credibility in the military or in intelligence to look through the classified information and make a public report of what Epstein did and whether there was anything there. And that person has to have incredible credibility. Until then, there are going to be both rumors out there and conspiracy theories out there and legitimate questions. But that won't be answered just by my law. We need actually a commission that can look through the classified information.
I'm glad you brought this up. One of the questions is, why did the plea deal in 2008 happen? Why did it seem like every time there was going to be something happening, seemed like some bigger players were reaching in? The CIA was FOIA'd by Jeffrey Epstein about Jeffrey Epstein, and they basically denied it. They said, hey, we can't confirm or deny any classified evidence that we may or may not have on you. The NSA basically did the same thing. This is a big problem. Was Epstein working for our government or foreign governments? This is something that's kind of speculated about a lot. There's a lot of emails of connections with powerful world leaders where Epstein seems to be in some type of official or unofficial capacity. I mean, what do you know, if anything, about this?
I genuinely don't have an insight into his relationships other than to say it's odd that he's got pictures at the CIA. It's odd that he has relationships with so many world leaders, that he's getting access from Gordon Brown, his trade secretary, about what purchases UK is going to make in the financial markets, that he has access to what India's prime minister is going to do in the United States or Israel, that he has access to an Israeli former prime minister, so much so that Netanyahu is making statements about the former prime minister's relationship with Epstein. I mean, how is this person as connected? Actually, that's one of the questions I want to ask President Clinton. Who is this guy? Or Trump, or in our classified information. I mean, why is this guy as connected as he is? People say, oh, he's just a collector of influential people. I know a lot of people who network in Congress. I try to network. I don't know all these world leaders. You don't get there just by networking. There's something else going on.
That's a great question. I have the same question. I mean, it's a very strange thing. I want to talk about Trump's relationship with Epstein for a second. There have been a lot of revelations from the files, a lot of weird behavior from the president, who normally is unbothered by anything press related. And yet, we just had something come out very interesting. It seems to be a 2019 interview with the Palm Beach police chief, Michael Ryder, and he said that basically Trump blew the whistle on Epstein's activities and said, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. saying Maxwell was evil. You know, this definitely surprised me. I'm not gonna lie. I said to myself, why didn't they? If I was there, I'd put that out sooner. I mean, I'm just kind of shocked that that was in there. But also, it seems like later he said he didn't know what was happening.
Do you know why?
Yes, he messed up. No, I messed up.
Really why?
So, I mean, what do you make of it? Were you surprised to see that? I was pretty shocked. I was like, what is this? I don't know what to make of it, really.
Yeah, I was surprised. I think it's on its face. It looked like a good thing that he was saying that Epstein should be held accountable. I wish more people had done that. I guess.
No, that was a good point.
Why did it continue? And does he know other people who were abusing these girls? And what else does he know about Epstein's relationships? But you know, on the face, that one call is it seemed like the right thing to do.
Yeah, it was weird. And, well, it also made me wonder, because in 2002, there's that birthday book, right? 2005 or 2006, it looks like he calls and says, hey, we all knew this was basically going down, so glad you're taking him down. I mean, the whole thing is very, confusing, actually. I don't know if we're ever going to get the truth on that, maybe. But, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell is an interesting character because he says, oh, she's evil. Well, he was friends with her for a very long time. Now she seems to be playing a part in the game. I mean, I'm sure you've seen this. Ghislaine Maxwell basically said through her lawyer, I will clear Trump and Clinton if pardoned. I mean, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Well, I was in her deposition. She said, I want to pardon it and I'll clear Clinton and Trump. But she also says, give me clemency and I'll name all the other people who were these young girls. I mean, come on. She's basically saying, okay, you want to know who these people are? Get me out of jail. And so it's the most corrupt thing I've seen. And this is why we know there are other powerful people, right? Because we know that Maxwell is saying it, the documents are saying it, the survivors are saying it, and the only two people who are in jail, one is dead, Jeffrey Epstein, and the other one is Maxwell.
Well, that means extra stress left. You need secret clinical.
I need to go drink that Red Bull after this game.
What actually works? I want to understand the choices I'm making. Now I know. Thorn.
And I want to put a finer point on that. Actually, Maxwell's life got better after the Transparency Act, which, you know, I'm happy about the transparency, but just on stating on levels of fact, since 2025, the only person who's ever faced real accountability on Jeffrey Epstein, her life has gotten better. The survivors' lives have arguably gotten worse. The DOJ failed to redact a bunch of stuff and expose them to the world. I mean, it just seems like this is my problem, and it leads me to the question of, you know, we kind of where we started. It's great that we have transparency. I love the transparency. But where's the accountability, right?
Well, you're absolutely right. But this is the first time any survivor's seen her. This is the first time that we've actually had a government take action and release these files after decades. This is the first time that there's a conversation, at least, about elite accountability. Now, that conversation, as you pointed out, is going very differently in Britain and Norway and other countries. And the question is America going to pass the moral test? Are we just going to shrug and say, no, these people are too rich, we still want their money, we still like hanging out with them, they fund too many of the nonprofits, they fund too many of the universities and fund too many of the hospitals. And so, you know what, we're going to give them a time out. They need to go quiet for a year or two, and then they can rehabilitate themselves. Or are we actually going to have accountability in America, where they are stripped of their positions, where they are investigated, and where, when crimes have happened, they're prosecuted? And that's an open question, because so far we have not seen the accountability.
Well, also the FBI, you know, for as long as I've been sort of watching what they do, they're sort of the world police. I mean, unlike other kind of national agencies, they don't just concern themselves with what's happening in America. They go after people internationally, right? It's very clear that Epstein's organization was an international operation. Even if you're trying to make the claim that he was trafficking to himself, there were other people assisting in that, right? We see in the files, Epstein was paying a guy named Daniel Syed, who's not dead yet, who to basically go scout for women, right? Good. And those women later, they gave their passports, and later they were brought to America. So all this stuff is in the files, this international ring that was going on, whether or not you want to say he was trafficking to himself. I mean, do we even have the gumption to target that? I hate to put it so crassly, but I feel like people just want a scalp. I mean, that feels bad to say. We want justice, but even symbolic justice would be better than this, right? Which is basically, we released everything and we get nothing.
That's why I went and gave the 6 names this morning on the floor of the House, and many of those names are foreigners, but they were listed as co-conspirators. And the question is, are we going to have justice? One of the survivors told me that the person who her when she was 17 was happened in France, and that this person has left both France and the United States to evade the prosecution of the authorities. And so the question is just, are we going to care enough to get justice? Because you're right, it's not just justice of famous names that were caught up in all of this. There are a lot of people around the world who are caught up in these girls, and these women want justice. They don't want just the shaming of famous names. They want their accusers held accountable. Think about it. For 20, 30 years, they've seen these people accumulate wealth, fly around, escape any accountability, and they were treated as disposable, as if they didn't matter, as if they were just objects for the gratification of rich and powerful men.
Perfectly said. The final question here, what's the worst thing you've seen in these files?
I've seen some pretty sick things. I mean, just the grotesque nature of what they did to the young girls. I mean, it's much worse than just, I mean, it's violent, it's ugly, it's sick. And that is just stomach turning. And then the scale of it. I don't think people understand how many of these young girls were caught up in this. And the class issue is at the core of it. That's why I said Epstein class, because a lot of these girls were working class. A lot of them didn't have fathers. They were targeted. They were preyed upon by rich and powerful people. And then they were told, don't call the police, nothing is going to happen. Don't call the FBI, nothing's going to happen. And the person who did call the FBI in 1996, she was called a liar. This is a moral reckoning for this country. It's an elite governing class that is immature, that is callow, that is reckless, that is arrogant, that is self-entitled, and that has done horrendous things. Are we just going to try to brush it aside and move on, as the president says, or are we actually going to have a moral reckoning and a new moral vision and be rooted in the values that built this country? And that is what's at stake.
And that's our interview. Thanks to Congressman Ro Khanna for coming on the show. If you want to support the show, you can do so at Patreon. And if you want to see all the files that have been released, even the ones that the DOJ has been removing from their own website, you can go to jmail.world. It's a website I partnered with to get the Jeffrey Epstein files to as many people as possible. I, along with Dropsec, along with a lot of people, have been urgently trying to get this in the hands of the public, and this is the site we teamed up on in order to get it done. So all those links are below. Thanks for watching.
Playa in. Breathe out. Corona, La Playa awaits.
I first discovered my love for music at a very young age. I've always dreamed of it. I don't have like one day that I'm like, oh, this is the day when it started. I've always felt like it's a part of me and a part of who I am and a part of who I want to be and what I want to do in life. So this dream has started since I was born, I would say. When people hear my name, I want them to connect with who I am through my music. I like to be very genuine in the way that I speak, the way that I write, the way that I interpret my music, and I want them to get to know me a little more.
One mystery in Grand Theft Auto 5 has sparked more debate than any other mystery in the series, often hailed as the greatest video game mystery of all time. This is Mount Chiliad, which has haunted Grand Theft Auto 5 players for over a decade since the game's release in September 2013. And now that Grand Theft Auto 6 is approaching, I want to go over every single piece of the mystery that was ever found and show you, despite what anyone else may tell you, that the Mount Chiliad mystery was never truly solved. GTA has always been a series with countless urban legends and mysteries surrounding it. Although the myths truly ignited with Grand Theft Auto 3 in 2001, when the series transitioned from a top-down 2D game to an enormous 3D open world. Rumors quickly spread about secrets and mysteries in Grand Theft Auto 3 due to the then unparalleled depth of its world, and also because the game was crammed with a huge amount of details and hidden content in every direction. It was this attention to detail paired with Rockstar's biting sense of humor that made Rockstar overnight rock stars in the cultural landscape, and created an expectation for greater Easter eggs and mysteries with every installment. With GTA 5's release, players were eager to find the next big mysteries and Easter eggs as soon as it dropped, and were surprised when it seemed Rockstar delivered even more than they ever expected. Pretty quickly, players found something odd the moment the game began with its prologue scene. During the police chase, players discovered as they got out of their vehicle and went into this ravine on the side of the road, they could find an alien frozen beneath the ice. This seemed to be related to a moment later in the game, as during the mission Grassroots, Michael hallucinates after getting blazed with a grassroots politician he encounters downtown, which causes him to imagine mowing down endless hordes of aliens. And after that, during the mission Did Somebody Say Yoga, Michael ends up hallucinating again and imagines being operated on in a UFO before being dropped and flying around Los Santos in one of the most fun moments of the story mode. I'll have what he's having. Additionally, a very interesting discovery was found here, as the UFO in this scene has the name Peace Spinning Anus S in the files. Not sure that has anything to do with this, but it's odd to say the least. The mystery truly began when players explored the mountain at the top of the map, Mount Chiliad. Mount Chiliad previously appeared in GTA San Andreas, given both games are based in the same state, while some strange things were reportedly found around the mountain in that title. Its appearance in Grand Theft Auto 5 has led to the most contentious discovery in Grand Theft Auto history, as at the top of the mountain, inside the cable car station, is a mural which depicts a UFO or an eye above the mountain, with a line going down into a grid of boxes with X's in them, which connect to 3 boxes at the bottom. One contains a more clear portrayal of a UFO, leading some to believe that the top symbol is actually an eye, another with an egg cracking open, and the last one with a person on a jetpack. The bottom images are still the most debated part of the mystery, with the egg and the jetpack never being found in the single-player mode to this day. However, some similar things did appear later, which we'll be fully discussing in this video. The only part of the mural that has seemingly been confirmed to be found since the mystery began is the UFO. It turned out just like the spinning anus. UFO Michael hallucinates being in when he's tripping balls. There are actually multiple UFOs that we know of hidden throughout the game. 4 UFOs have been found in the game's story mode, and multiple UFOs have been found in the online mode as well. 3 of the ones in story mode only appear after 100% completion, and 1 appears at the bottom of the ocean in both modes at all times, along with many smaller references to UFOs throughout the game. And 1 of these UFOs does appear at the top of Mount Chiliad and is connected to the Chiliad mural. This symbol at the top of the mural can also be found a short distance away from the cable car station, underneath an observation deck at the top of the trailhead, or it can be found painted in red alongside a hidden message on the backside of the deck that reads, "Come back when your story is complete." The remaining X's on the mural can be traced to different spots on the mountain that have drawings painted on them. It's worth mentioning here there is also a drawing of a mysterious face not marked on the mural, which I covered before as a detail that got removed in the 2014 Enhanced edition of the game that got replaced with a picture of a cock. It's still unknown why, perhaps suggesting the guy on the wall was a cock. 3 of the 5 rock drawings referenced on the mural have additional drawings attached to them, which include a moon, a rain cloud, and a structure at the top of Mount Chiliad. Pairing these clues with the message, "Come back when your story is complete," players figured out they had to 100% complete the game and wait at the observation deck on a night when the weather is stormy. And when all these conditions lined up, a UFO appeared, though this raised a question that still hasn't been answered to this day. Where do we go from here? This leaves us with the other 2 icons on the mural, the cracked egg and the jetpack. And this is where so many endless conspiracy theories for the last decade have taken form, with no one ever figuring out what the next steps are supposed to be, if there are any. The egg seemed particularly baffling, as no one could seem to find anything that seemed to be the egg in the game at release. But the mystery intensified when hackers on GTA forums found an alien egg in the data shortly after the game came out, named Prop Alien Egg 01. This egg has never been properly found in the story mode to this day, which you can see hacked into the single-player game by my friend and collaborator Slippy Slides here.
With multiplier scratchers from the Arizona Lottery, you can multiply the good things. That means more celebration. Play for over $270 million in prizes. Arizona Lottery, love the play.
Ooh, what's that? First beer of the wedding. Is there enough for everyone? Oh, right there. Oh, this is not necessary. This is a trail. I have a wedding, huh?
Over to the jetpack, it was also never found in the single-player game, although this mural seems to imply the jetpack could have been the ultimate unlockable in the game, especially considering the jetpack was a vehicle from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas that didn't seem to reappear in Grand Theft Auto 4 or 5. Yet in the files, the same hackers on the GTA forums who found the alien egg found multiple references to the jetpack in the game's code in 2013, finding commands called natives, which handled different functions in the game that were labeled jetpack, and even a string found in the source code marked with death note saying it would carry some traits from the parachute mode. But unfortunately, there wasn't anything more found further than this. Though even if players had a jetpack or some other vehicle and tried to reach this UFO above Mount Chiliad, it probably wouldn't make a difference, as it disappears when you approach it, which has made some believe this UFO is actually a hologram, which is unlike any of the other UFOs in the game. Speaking of other UFOs, the same eye in the mural can also be found in an extraterrestrial art installation in the desert known as Beam Me Up in Sandy Shores, this time with a rain cloud. If you rise well over the clouds, you can find another UFO that only appears if you 100% the game, although strangely not needing the rainy day requirement like the clues seem to suggest, unless the rainy condition is related to some part of it that was never solved. Approaching this UFO deactivates the engine the aircraft are using, which is similar behavior to one other random UFO found above the mysterious military base Fort Zancudo, which is the only UFO that emits this green beam at night. Weirdly, this is also the only UFO where you can see two men piloting it if you were to zoom into the interior. This UFO, in addition to this one in the ocean, don't have any clues near their location, nor do they require any special conditions besides 100% completing the game, which adds questions as to why there's so many requirements to the Mount Chiliad UFO if it doesn't do anything special from the other UFOs, or if there's a possible connection we missed between all the different UFO appearances. With the UFOs examined, we're now going to dive into several other discoveries in the game that suggest there's more to the mystery, including several discoveries that have convinced me there's something more going on here. Around the same time of the discovery of the alien egg and the jetpack in the code, there were some other extremely odd discoveries in the data that remain unsolved. One of the first head-scratchers was an asteroid in the files, which hackers loaded into the game and turned out to be nothing more than a solid rock that only appears when you get near it. Some believe it had to do with something removed from the game, such as a natural disaster mechanic where asteroids could have fallen from the sky, though having to deal with asteroids hitting Earth seems like a pretty unfair game mechanic. Others, however, believe there's still something more to be found regarding the fallen asteroid. An incredibly strange item that was also found in the data near the game's release was an object called Prop Artifact 01, which the community has called the Aztec Calendar, as it resembles an ancient stone Aztec calendar. What makes it even weirder is that it also has some strange symbols on its surface, which were also found separately in the data. The outer ring has pyramids on it, the middle ring appears to be a pilot's mask, and the inner ring has a UFO on it, which seems to confirm it has some sort of connection to the Mount Chiliad mystery. Also in the data is a texture that appears to be intended for the artifact, but doesn't actually appear, which is a single black dot labeled as being a gray foam. Despite the Aztec calendar being found in the data near the game's release, the calendar was never found anywhere in the game world, leaving it as a large unsolved question that appears to be directly connected to the Chiliad mystery. Around the same time as these discoveries, hackers on the GTA forums also found evidence of something in the game referred to as P-Secret Weapon 02. Hacking the object into the game, they only found a mysterious crate whose purpose is unknown and hasn't been found used anywhere in the game world. References to the secret weapon are in a few strings of data in the game, but no way to activate it was ever found. Although Rockstar has been known to do misleading things in the code, which we'll discuss more later in the video. Another crazy discovery found early when the game came out was code for a vehicle that shot a green laser. This code was even modded over to other weapons in the game, and the weapons would then fire green lasers with missiles, which appear to shoot sideways from the player's gun, but straighten out as they're projected. It was also speculated to possibly be associated with two mysterious vehicles that were found in the data that appeared to be similar to planes, but were much different, being smaller in size, but heavy in weight, and extremely aerodynamic. But these vehicles couldn't be spawned into the game because they appeared to be coded differently from the other vehicles. Either that or they were removed. Yet even stranger, there was also a special filter found in the game data called UFO Death Ray, which created this really trippy effect that's never been found elsewhere in the game either. It was never confirmed what all these pieces were meant for, but the fact that a green laser, a flying vehicle of some sort, and a filter called UFO Death Ray were all found in the game's data certainly seems suspicious. So they certainly weren't the last discoveries to give data miners questions. Perhaps the strangest thing in the files was something called Alien Runes Overlay.graphics. Just like the secret weapon and jetpack, there were numerous strings for the overlay found in various places, but there was never a way found to activate it properly in the game. It was, however, managed to be activated improperly by hacking, and was surprisingly revealed to be an overlay that covers the screen, the purposes of which are unknown. Although the popular theory is that it's intended to actually display for piloting a UFO, which appears to be backed up by the overlay being found in the code for the first-person mode of the helicopters, possibly suggesting a drivable UFO works in the game as a helicopter reskinned to look like a flying saucer. Could this be related to those mysterious vehicles found in the data? The alien runes were even found in the data belonging to the Psychic Shoutout website, a strange website in Grand Theft Auto 5 that remains especially cryptic, where you can chat with the psychic. It was also found there's an associated string with this specific telescope in Sandy Shores, which if you interact with, you find it's pointed right in the direction where the UFO floats over Mount Chiliad. It's still unknown what the deal is with the alien runes, but it remains yet another huge unsolved question that appears to be directly connected to the Mount Chiliad mystery. Though paired with the green vehicle laser and the mysterious vehicles that resemble planes, it suspiciously looks like all the pieces for an unfound UFO mode are sitting here in the data, perhaps still waiting to be found. Moving out of the data, let's move back to the top of Mount Chiliad, where there's still a few more pieces of the mystery. Before we look at things inside the game environment, let's look at something at the top of Mount Chiliad that's more outside the environment. After all, looking at content out of bounds in video games is part of what we do here at Odd Header, and there is an out of bounds discovery involving Mount Chiliad. As in the enhanced edition of the game, players found directly behind the Mount Chiliad mural is a cube out of bounds that appears to be made of concrete. The cube seems to be fairly unique to the game, as there's no other known objects like this floating out of bounds anywhere else with this shape and texture, which appears here to have a similar concrete texture to the walls of the railcar station. But the most suspicious thing about the object is that it's located directly behind the Chiliad mural. And unfortunately, like most of the pieces of this mystery, we never found what the purpose the object serves. Oftentimes, random objects are placed out of bounds in games with information or logic attached to them, often in the form of a cube, which are usually referred to as death cubes. What purpose this death cube could serve, again, has never been solved. There's also a cube found way below the game's world that says this does not exist, which given that message on the cube clearly indicates it wasn't meant to show up in the game, and is most likely a death cube, misplaced object, or even something waiting to load in a different asset when properly called into the game, which makes the cube behind the Mount Chiliad mural unusual, given it has a completely unique appearance on this much more clearly unintended developer cube. Strangely, the does not exist cube seemingly truly no longer exists, as it was removed from the game, whereas the
What the hell are you talking about?
mural still remains. But now that we've looked at a few mysterious things that
get
were
the hell
only
out of
found in things that
here,
most likely weren't
weakling.
intended by Rockstar, let's look at some
How's
more
it-
unsolved pieces in the mystery that can be found by playing Grand Theft Auto 5 normally. The spiderweb discovery was the first submission I received that convinced me there was still something more to the Mount Chiliad mystery. First brought to my attention by Red Run through oddheader.com, with an additional submission later by Zgritter on the Oddheader Reddit, as by visiting the rail car station with the mural only between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. This weird spiderweb appears in this exact spot underneath the station. Creepy. The spiderweb is extremely odd, with a rather unrealistic contrast that doesn't seem to fit the rest of the game. No other spiderweb like this exists in the game, except for one that also only appears between 1 and 2 a.m., which you can see directly at the bottom of the mountain on this beach if you look up at this bridge. Again, these spiderwebs look so different from the rest of the game. You could easily think they weren't meant to be in the game. What's strange is although the spiderwebs appeared in the 2013 version of the game, they reappear in the 2015 enhanced version of the game, which was odd considering so many other things were removed from the enhanced edition. The spiderwebs, though, still remain to this day, which seems to confirm that they aren't a glitch or something unintended, leaving many wondering the actual meaning behind the spiderwebs.
Gabrielle turned her passion into a thriving business with Hostinger. Now it's your turn to take your idea online. Create and launch your website in minutes with Hostinger AI and get everything you need to grow all in one place. From domains and hosting to emails and 24/7 support.
Hostinger's customer service is the best in the industry, and I can say that because I've worked with everyone in the industry.
Build the website, publish the portfolio, launch the store. Just go for it. Go to Hostinger to turn one day into day one.
At Hawaiian Bros, we're all about bringing you fresh flavors in new ways. Like our new pineapple luau sliders bursting with island-inspired goodness. We took our slow-roasted pork, tossed it in a pineapple garlic sauce, added a spicy mango aioli, and topped it with perfectly pickled onions. All piled on the Toasted King's Hawaiian slider bun. Get two for just $6.99. The new pineapple luau sliders, only at Hawaiian Bros.
I've already gone over some pretty significant unsolved pieces to the mystery. We've only scratched the surface, as we have many more things that may completely change your mind on the Mount Chiliad mystery. Stay tuned as we dive even deeper. But first, since we're on the subject of strange designs on the walls, I want to give a shout out to this video sponsor, Display, who made this video possible. Display posters are unlike any normal posters, as they use high quality metal that makes your wall stand out, with over 2 million designs available on Display.com, including licensed prints from the likes of Star Wars, Marvel, Elden Ring, Call of Duty, and Warhammer, as well as art from thousands of creators across the globe. They're also super easy to put on your wall. Just put the protective leaf on your wall, stick the magnet on, and hang your display. Also making it simple to swap displays if you need a different vibe. And if you need another quickly, they arrive within 4 to 5 business days, which also makes them great last-minute gifts. Plus, there's Display Textura, originally on limited prints, but now a full line. Textura adds depth to your display.
And if you want, like when you go to your loadouts and shit,
and matte and gloss effects.
you can press L2 and you can test how fast you're aiming down the fucking sights and shit.
Custom displays, you can turn any image into a premium metal poster. Upload a photo or artwork and get an instant preview and place your order. Use my code ODDHEADER or the link in the description down below to get 33% off 1 or 2 displays and even bigger discount on 3 or more. Now back to the mystery. One long-standing rumor around the game's release involved a tunnel that goes through Mount Chiliad, where 2 doors could be found, which many believe had to do with the mystery. Players noticed they could hear weird noises and chatter in the tunnel when they brought multiple characters, and thought it was weird no vehicles seemed to go through the tunnel. But also very weirdly, players found an actual website called ChiliadMystery.com that appeared to be just a picture of one of the doors with a hidden message when you looked in the source code of the page that said, "It's here." The website went up 10 days after the game's release, and its domain was registered to a private user, which raised a lot of eyebrows about this clue. The website was online and seemingly unchanged for over a decade, until it went offline earlier this year, suspiciously right before the second trailer for GTA 6 dropped. However, even more strange, this website seemingly predicted something in advance all the way back in 2013. In 2017, it had seemed the website would be a part of the mystery when one of the doors was incorporated into a heist mission introduced in GTA Online, the online component separate from the story, which many have argued whether or not it's actually canon to the story or parallel universe, particularly when it seemingly diverged largely from its original intent of being a prequel to the main story, especially around 2017, as GTA Online added the Doomsday Heist mission, which is probably the most controversial development in the history of the Mount Chiliad mystery, even though more questions and mysteries ultimately arose from it. In the third act of the heist, during the final mission of the Doomsday scenario, the player actually enters Mount Chiliad, where tech mogul Avon Hertz is hiding out in a plan to take over the world, presuming there to be an abandoned nuclear missile base behind door number 1, although we never found out was behind door number 2. Once inside the secret layer, players end up battling against an army of clone soldiers created by Avon's super intelligent AI. Eventually, we'll see a jetpack called the Presser that looks suspiciously like the jetpack on the mural, using it to pursue Avon out of the base.
So everybody's different. A medic picks up people faster. The assault does missions faster. Recon, recon. Self-explanatory. Fucking support. There's more ammo and armor. So I'll run support so we can pick this up real quick.
In GTA Online. And while that could still be a possibility, it has never truly been confirmed. And we've already gone over a lot in the single-player mode. This multiplayer.
Every class is, you can use any weapon you want, but every class has a certain specialty of weapons. So assault is assault rifles.
Broken away from the story mode
engineers, LMGs, support. Support is LMGs. And recon, of course, snipers.
However, the biggest thing that had people convinced the mystery wasn't
engineers also good for rockets.
The Doomsday Heist mission also introduced its own unsolved mystery that seemed to be trying to tell the community there's more to be found regarding Mount Chiliad. One discovery that appears to have some big implications regarding the mystery. The first thing was found by the game who saw a series of props in the box.
The rocket you need to fucking worry about is the one you ride and get the fuck out of my business.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which they believe correspond to the 5 X's on the mural. By checking the coordinates for the placement of these props in the game, they discovered the props were faded images hidden around the lab inside Mount Chiliad, with their locations possibly lining up with the locations on the mural. The images include a series of dots, the Voyager symbol, which is a record sent to space by NASA, more on that later, a plant, a sound wave, and more dots. All of these clues remain unsolved.
Alright, so that's one pair of prescription glasses.
Yep.
Plus anti-reflective lens coating.
The back out.
Scratch-resistant coating.
Did I choose?
UV protection.
And that's included?
$95.
Oh.
Welcome, Warren Parker.
I think he seems to be getting ready to hear 90-second time.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for the bride. She actually wants 3.
However, those weren't the only mysterious discoveries during the Doomsday Heist, as one in particular can have much larger implications, as in the secret layer are 4 different colored images the community has dubbed the Doomsday Murals. The murals are yellow, red, green, and purple, and each contains symbols that seem to be tied to different things in the game, seemingly connected to the Chiliad mystery. While many of the symbols seem obscure at first glance, players notice the green mural appears to reference another mystery in the story mode that players initially struggled to solve. The green mural has an image of an ape evolving into Bigfoot, the number 27, a peyote plant, and a sound wave, which all line up with a wild goose chase that led to GTA 5's most elaborate Easter egg to date, as when the enhanced version released in 2014, players discovered 27 peyote plants were added to the game, hence the 27 and the peyote plant on the mural. Each peyote plant could be consumed, and similar to when Michael finds himself unwittingly under the influence of drugs, your character trips the hell out and changes into a random animal, such as birds who can shift and command. It was a pretty awesome Easter egg, even if it didn't seem to serve a purpose, until the pre-mode events update about a year later, when more peyotes were found referenced in the data by RK Rusty on Reddit. A number of things about how RK Rusty solved this next part may also have other major implications to the Mount Chiliad mystery. RK Rusty looked at the coordinates for all the peyote plant spawn points in the data and matched them to all the known spots where the peyote plants had already been discovered. This was how RK Rusty noticed the extra peyote added to the data had spawn points where no peyote plants had been found. When investigating these locations further, RK Rusty couldn't find any peyote in these spots. Then RK Rusty discovered one part of the code stated in order for the peyote to appear, it had to be snowing and would only appear on one day of the week. It was later discovered other conditions also had to be met to get these additional peyotes to appear, which included not killing the Sasquatch role player who appears twice in the game, once in the mission Predator as an Easter egg when you're supposed to be spying on the O'Neill brothers, where you can see him standing in the corner only when using your thermal vision, and the other time in the mission The Last One, which only appears after 100% completing the game, where the Sasquatch is revealed to be a role player. The player also had to collect all 27 other peyote plants, wait until the weather was snowy, then visit the coordinates RK Rusty discovered on specific days for each location, and only then do the golden peyotes appear, which all happen to be around the base of Mount Chiliad, which when eaten transformed the player into Bigfoot himself. RK Rusty also noted Bigfoot is named Orleans in the data, which is proof how Rockstar uses misleading file names so data miners have trouble finding them in the code. Clearly, this Bigfoot mode is what this part of the green mural is referencing. Although this
could have been Love Season 2 official trailer.
How the last part of this mystery was discovered is the most interesting part of it all. Is when RK Rusty months later to look at the data conditions for the golden peyote. RK Rusty realized a new note was added to the code in a patch that seemed to be directly talking about RK Rusty, which said he was wrong to start his hunt on Tuesday. This was surprising to RK Rusty, as the first peyote he discovered and showed the community was the one that only appeared on Tuesday, which showed Rockstar was paying attention and adapting, and also communicating hints to players, possibly like these murals, thus experimenting with the order the golden peyotes can be found in. It was eventually discovered after collecting the 7 different golden peyote in the specific order of Sunday to Saturday, when they transformed into Bigfoot on the final day and made a growl with the press of a button. They could hear for the first time a beastly call and response, which is what the sound wave on the green mural is believed to represent. Now at this point, you're supposed to follow the beast calls, but after spending multiple days trying to do so, I have to say, this might be one of the hardest Easter eggs I've ever attempted. The beast calls actually lead you down random paths that pass dead bodies that randomly spawn while you navigate through a series of highly specific invisible checkpoints, which I finally ended up using a mod that actually drew lines towards these invisible paths and visualized the checkpoints, only to find out that the paths tend to lead to dead ends most of the time. Eventually, you can get a path that leads to Thompson's scrapyard, where the body here may end up being the last body in your path, in which case you then have to run behind these boxes in less than 6 seconds, which causes a character called the Beast to appear on top of the plane, who appears to be based on Michael J. Fox's character in Teen Wolf, all in one go, from the invisible hunt leading up to it. You then have to defeat the Beast, who has insanely high health and extremely powerful attacks. If you manage to beat him, like I did from shooting him from the top of the plane, you then get to unlock the Beast for use in the Director mode alongside Bigfoot, a mode that allows players more flexibility in customizing the game. And that would seemingly be the end of that elaborate Easter egg, although going back to the Doomsday mural suggests otherwise. While the green mural appears to be solved, what the other murals represent remains a mystery, as well as what all four collectively may be conveying to players. Although there are a few things to deduce from these images, and also theories around what these murals seem to suggest. The other most obvious mural appears to be the yellow mural, as we can see a symbol clearly representing the Mount Chiliad mural. The other symbols are not as clear, but the one that seems to make the most sense is a diagram with the phases of the moon, which could mean the Mount Chiliad mystery involves the cycle of the moon. There is also an image of a head with a line of sight looking at a diagram above a UFO, which seems to suggest that a UFO has to be viewed a certain way, which certainly brings to mind the telescope pointed at the mountain. Several other symbols appear to reference the Voyager Golden Record, which were two real-life phonograph records sent to space aboard the Voyager spacecraft in 1977. These records could be scanned to display images of life on Earth for any extraterrestrial life who may find them. But what the Voyager Golden Record has to do with Mount Chiliad, and what the rest of the images on this mural mean, remains unknown. The purple one is where things get even more vague. We have what appears to be a maze, which could be a reference to the maze bank in the game, or it could be a reference to the hedge maze at the court center, although the arrows suggest the maze on the mural is maybe supposed to rotate, which confuses things further. Otherwise, most of the symbols here are too vague to deduct much from. The psi symbol here is often used to represent psychology, and is also used in the logo for Michael's therapist, Dr. Friedlander. A couple of other symbols also appear to reference psychology, and others seem similar to government logos. There is also a yin and yang symbol, which some feel points to a theory that making certain moral choices in the game ties to the mystery, possibly also backed up by the Scales of Justice icon. Theories for the rest of the symbols at this point, unfortunately, are purely speculative. The red mural is the most vague, and none of the symbols have been tied to anything directly, except the infinity symbol, in a reference to one of GTA 5's most haunting mysteries.
We're a three-piece. We're sisters. We discovered our love for music at a very early age through our parents. We like to experiment a lot within the rock genre. Every time we're on stage, we say, we're one of the and it's just such a blessing to be able to share our culture. Especially in our country, Mexican rock and the passion for the genre is super alive and contagious, I would say. The genre.
Throughout the game are references to a series referred to as the Infinity Killer, who's known for his obsession with the number 8 and the infinity symbol. A newspaper clipping from 2004 can be found in a half-destroyed shack in Sandy Shores, detailing the killer, Merle Abrahams, and how he died in Bolingbroke Penitentiary after killing 8 joggers 5 years earlier. Although it says the bodies were never found, and Abrahams never confessed to the murders, but admitted to having an obsession with the number 8. What appears to be Merle's house can be found in Sandy Shores as well, at least what remains of it, as it was seemingly set on fire at some point. On the walls of the house are messages that appear to be left by Merle, which include, 8 is just infinity stood up, and there will be 8. Next to these messages are tally marks on the wall, which strangely, instead of adding up to 8 like you expect, add up to 27. The meaning of these marks have never been solved. There are also poems that can be found on rocks across Sandy Shores, such as this one, which reads, 1 is done, 2 was fun, 3 tried to run, 4 called mom, 5's not alive, 6 is nix, 7's in heaven, 8 won't wait. Going to the Bolingbroke Penitentiary, there's another message on the wall, presumably written when Merle was incarcerated there, that says, where water meets land and fire once spewed forth, there the infinite 8 shall stay until I return. Where water meets land and fire once spewed sounds like it's referring to a defunct volcano, and Mount Chiliad very likely may have been a volcano at some point. Next to this message, there's also a drawing of the islands above Mount Chiliad, which can also be found in the remains of Merle's home. And if the player travels to these locations and explores the sea floor, they can find 8 body bags. Damn. From here, the trail for the Infinity Killer mystery goes cold, and if there's something else to solve, like the red mural seems to suggest, no one knows where to go next, leaving us with no direction on the mural mysteries, rendering them one of the biggest remaining unsolved pieces of the Mount Chiliad mystery. It has been found if you use a hack to look inside the body bags, like Slippy Flies has done here, the victims are actually women with 8 painted on their bodies, which contradicts the story from the paper of the 8 victims being male joggers, although maybe this contradiction has something to do with the reason the bodies were covered up in the scene. Hard to say, but it is odd. There is a popular video on the subject that suggests the Infinity Killer is tied to other killers throughout the GTA games, and even in the Red Dead Redemption series, based on some similarities like the fact that their victims were all joggers or out running. Though personally, while I think it's an interesting theory, I don't think there's enough evidence there to make a conclusion. However, there's still more unsolved mysteries in GTA 5 that may be connected to Mount Chiliad, and a big one involves another creepy mystery in Red Dead Redemption 2. As I've covered on the channel before, there's a woman in Red Dead Redemption 2 locked in an outhouse near the Braithwaite Manor, who if you stand near long enough will begin chanting a series of random numbers. Also in Red Dead Online, there's a mysterious character, Madame Nazar, a fortune teller who tells the player to collect rare items for her throughout the online mode. Madame Nazar also appears in Grand Theft Auto Online as a machine in an arcade, who when interacted with enough times will give the same sequence of numbers as the woman in the outhouse. She also has a number of other phrases, most of which have been confirmed to be referencing random things in Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead 2, but one phrase in particular caught players' attention.
Still take over 3 years of unfolding. Will you be the one?
But from the sounds of things, may be addressing the mystery surrounding the spiderwebs around Mount Chiliad.
Mister, you friendly or are we doing battle to the death?
After retrieving the number sequence from this machine, you can dial the number with your in-game phone.
Me friendly
hear
too?
this message.
Yeah, I want to give you something. Wait a second, sir. Wait a second. That's for you.
But saying yes, she'll say.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Very kind. Oh, thank you. Love you too. What's up, man? How's it going, guys?
Although cell phone is also involved in another strange discovery that could be connected to the mystery.
Brother, what the fuck?
I
come from Germany, I played on East, there's nothing
like a little bit. They discovered a secret phone number players could dial in the game. 199.
Please, let me join your team, guys. Please. I'll help you out, man. We can be a 4-man team.
EMP drop or 199 Emperor. Calling this number reveals the caller ID to be black cell phones. And once
How much
the
damage
phone
did I do to that?
connects, an explosion suddenly occurs in midair above the player. Not only this, but it also causes the phone size to slightly increase, the phone's theme to change to a unique gray, and its background turns
Just on my lifespan.
Now, if you remember the Aztec calendar from earlier that was found in the data, there was a symbol that didn't appear on the object that was called gray phone. Which is interesting considering your phone theme turns gray after triggering this explosion. There is some evidence that the number itself may have been used for testing the gray cell phone mode, but the gray cell phone mode itself and the overhead explosion remain unexplained, nor why it was found in the game data alongside traces of a mission called Ojasad, although no mission belonging to this name has ever been found in the playable game. This could again be Rockstar using a misleading name like they did with Bigfoot, especially considering Ojasad doesn't seem to mean anything, although some believe it may be related to a story DLC that never came to fruition.
The Bud Light? Sorry, the bar's not open yet. Oh, it's not for me, it's for the bride. She said, can I get the plain crisp taste of Bud Light? Her words, not mine. She wants 3.
She wants more of those deviled eggs, too.
Anyway, for the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light.
Welcome to the Phoenix Boston!
I think about how many people are in this building today, and I think of how many people need this building, and the only way we're going to get to them is if everybody who's here goes out and shares that recovery is possible. The Phoenix is a free, sober, active community, and we use the transformative power of sport to help people heal from addiction. Addiction in our country is at a pandemic phase. When we started in 2006, we always knew we wanted to be a national nonprofit, so we started working with Stand Together to be able to meet the demand nationally, but I never imagined we'd have the impact that we do today. And it's grown even to a partnership with the Boston Red Sox. I got sober here within half a mile of Fenway Park, so to bring Phoenix to Boston was a pretty proud moment. For the first time, I really think we can change the way the nation thinks about addiction.
Morning, everyone. Super excited to have this opportunity to work at Fenway and celebrate our partnership with the Sox.
To be here doing a workout at Fenway is just powerful because this city, I think, really needs that beacon of hope around addiction, and Phoenix can be that. I think in my early recovery, I was in the boxing gym and I was racing triathlon and racing mountain bikes, and what I started to realize is it was the people I was sharing that stuff with. It was the real magic in my recovery, and that's really where the idea of Phoenix was born from. You only have to be 48 hours clean and sober to be part of it. People come in for the workout, but they end up staying for the new community that they've built. The way that we're approaching addiction nationally, we just have the wrong mental model. We're doing acute care treatment that keeps people sober for 30 days, but has really poor out.
Dropped and flying around Los Santos in one of the most fun moments of the story mode. I'll have what he's having. Additionally, a very interesting discovery was found here, as the UFO in this scene has the name P-Spinning Anus S in the files. Not sure that has anything to do with this, but it's odd to say the least. The mystery truly began when players explored the mountain at the top of the map, Mount Chiliad. Mount Chiliad previously appeared in GTA San Andreas, given both games are based in the same state, while some strange things were reportedly found around the mountain in that title. Its appearance in Grand Theft Auto V has led to the most contentious discovery in Grand Theft Auto history, as at the top of the mountain, inside the cable car station, is a mural, which depicts a UFO or an eye above the mountain, with a line going down into a grid of boxes with X's in them, which connect to 3 boxes at the bottom. One contains a more clear portrayal of a UFO, leading some to believe that the top symbol is actually an eye, another with an egg cracking open, and the last one with a person on a jetpack. The bottom images are still the most debated part of the mystery, with the egg and the jetpack never being found in single-player mode to this day. However, some similar things did appear later, which we'll be fully discussing in this video. The only part of the mural that has seemingly been confirmed to be found since the mystery began is the UFO. It turned out just like the spinning anus. UFO Michael hallucinates being in when he's tripping balls. There are actually multiple UFOs that we know of hidden throughout the game. 4 UFOs have been found in the game's story mode, and multiple UFOs have been found in the online mode as well. 3 of the ones in story mode only appear after 100% completion, and 1 appears at the bottom of the ocean in both modes at all times, along with many smaller references to UFOs throughout the game. And 1 of these UFOs does appear at the top of Mount Chiliad and is connected to the Chiliad mural. The symbol at the top of the mural can also be found a short distance away from the cable car station, underneath an observation deck at the top of a trailhead, where it can be found painted in red alongside a hidden message on the backside of the deck that reads, "Come back when your story is complete." The remaining X's on the mural can be traced to different spots on the mountain that have drawings painted on them. It's worth mentioning here there is also a drawing of a mysterious face not marked on the mural, which I covered before as a detail that got removed in the 2014 Enhanced edition of the game that got replaced with a picture of a cock. It's